Chapter 3595. On the other side, Emperor Wu Huang had killed his way to Meng Sangtian's territory, but he couldn't find any traces of Meng Sangtian or the old salamander. He had searched for more than a month before returning to the myriad beasts border. He had gone into seclusion as soon as he returned, as Wu Jiang had given him a lot of pressure. In the final three-way battle he had first broken Lu Yin's great sky-split chart, believing that Lu Yin's consciousness had not reached the cosmic realm, but it was not far from it. This had affected him greatly. After that he had been kicked by Lu Yin, and that kick had allowed him to truly feel Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin was clearly a human, but he had enough strength to make Emperor Wu Huang wary. This was just one of Lu Sangtian's methods. Emperor Wu Huang had to cultivate his own strength, or even if he could win the battle at Fu Heyuan, it would be difficult for him to face Yu Sangtian. As for the old salamander, no one asked about it. No one from the myriad beast territory mentioned it, and the rumor about the realm beyond heaven had completely disappeared. Emperor Wu had used his strength to prove his terrifying battle prowess. He had also made a move against Lu Yin during the three-way battle. He was fearless and tyrannical. This was Emperor Wu. Everyone was waiting for the day when the tribute spirit would appear, and the battle at Fu Heyuan would begin. In the blink of an eye, the day of the sacrifice spirit had arrived. The 7 great mulberry skies were about to gather at beyond heaven. In a few days the entire spiritualized universe had changed. All the cultivators who were connected to the universe were sincerely waiting for the day of the sacrifice spirit. During this time, cultivators burned incense and bathed, and cultivators could be seen sitting cross-legged everywhere, gazing at beyond heaven as they waited for that moment. Even though Yu Sangtian and the 7 great mulberry skies would appear on the day of the sacrifice spirit, that day also represented the end of the year for the spiritualized universe. There were also rumors that not only Yu Sangtian and the 7 great mulberry skies would be able to see this scene as others might as well. This rumor originated from ancient times and it was impossible to verify. Even after so many years, it had never been proven. Beyond heaven had even denied its authenticity, but even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, everyone still wanted to try. Everyone believed that they were the chosen ones. After all, when a person died, the world would disappear as well. The world's operation and the universe's chaos was just a game. Who wasn't the only master of this world? In the 100 Herbs region, Lu Yin and Yuan Qi left Boundless and headed towards the 100 Herbs region. 100 Herbs region was one of the 36 regions, so it naturally had a connection to beyond heaven. When Yuan Qi entered the 100 Herbs universe, there were many people here and they were all looking for the 100 Herbs. Although they were not in the spiritualized universe, those cultivators still remembered the day of the spirit sacrifice. On this day they all sat cross-legged waiting for that moment to arrive. I never thought that I would be able to enter the sky beyond heaven again in my lifetime. Yuan Qi sighed. He's of course, he is of the heavens, heavens above heavens, and had never thought of return. His goal was to wait for the Tianyuan universe to restart and attempt to step into the eternal life stage. Otherwise he would die. It could be said that he had grasped the greatest secret of the spiritualized universe, and there was no way he could return. Lu Yin wasn't afraid that Yuanqi would betray him, as there was no way that the old man would betray him. Even if they all died and the Tianyuan universe was reactivated, Yuanqi's past would still be a stain on his record. He wouldn't be welcomed in the spiritualized universe, so it was better for him to focus on following the Tianyuan universe. He had seen no hope in the past, but after the Tao discussion on the boulder he saw hope. Yu heavens. The one he feared the most was still Master Qingchao. He had no other choice. Even if he knew that Master Qingchao wanted to wipe out the heavens, he could only remain in his current position. It's a pity that your bell is gone. Don't let anyone see it or you might win if they challenge you, Lu Yin reminded him. Yuanqi was helpless. The destruction of his bell had greatly reduced his strength, so he couldn't let anyone see it. Spiritual molting was divided into human molting and beast molting. The moment a powerhouse molted, they would spiritualize and they could have innate gifts or weapons. Spiritualized weapons and innate gifts were formed according to one's cultivation and fighting habits, so they could not be completely controlled. Spiritualized weapons generally had higher attack power, but once the weapon was damaged, it would take a long time to recover. Spiritualized innate gifts were different as there was no problem with them being damaged. Yuan Qi had relied on the power of the bell to become Xianxia, and it was known as one of the most powerful spiritualized weapons. However, Yuan Qi's success had been due to the bell, and Yuan Qi's failure had been due to it as well. Now that the bell had been damaged, Yuan Qi's strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise he would not have lost to Lu Yin. He was a little nervous about going to Beyond Heaven. Soon the two arrived at Beyond Heaven through the 100 Herbs dimension. This was Lu Yin's second time here, and he still saw the unreachable extreme palace, the beautiful maids and lawn. Lan's expression did not change when she saw Lu Yin. She bowed slowly. Lan greets Lu Xianxia and Yuanqi Xianxia. Yuanqi was surprised to see Lan. You're still alive. Lan looked at Yuanqi and smiled. Long time no see, senior. Yuanqi sighed. Yes, it's really been a long time. I thought that you wouldn't be able to break through to the Spirit Prime Realm, but not only did you break through, but you also survived bitter adversity. Lan smiled. I also didn't expect to see you again like this. Yuanqi shook his head. In front of the junior that he had once thought highly of, he was ashamed. Long time no see, Yuanqi. Zhang Ming had already arrived, and his body was covered in a lethargic aura. His eyes were cloudy, but no one dared to underestimate him. Yuanqi looked at Zhang Ming and raised his eyebrows. Indeed, long time no see. I'm surprised that you're not dead. Zhang Ming's voice was old. Zhang Yan, thank you for taking care of me. Don't mention it. That girl is capable and didn't die in the Tianyuan universe, Yuanqi replied. Zhang Ming looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I heard that Lu Xianxia and Wu Huang will fight in half a year. I congratulate Lu Xianxia in advance for his great victory. Lu Yin looked at Zhang Ming. The old salamander has lived for so long. Why didn't you capture him and send him to the Gate of Arts to die? Zhang Ming was helpless. Some powerhouses don't want to contribute to the spiritualized universe and we can't force them. Yuanqi, on the other hand, is not far from his end. Do you want to go to the Gate of Arts? Yuanqi said, I'll definitely live longer than you. Then we'll wait and see, Zhang Ming replied. At this time Su Sherdao arrived and smiled when he saw the three of them. I thought I was the first. I didn't expect the three of you to arrive so early. Lan faced Su Sherdao and bowed. Greetings, Su Xianxia. Su Sherdao smiled bitterly. My title is too fake. Lan, the more respectful you are, the more uneasy I feel. Yuanqi interrupted. If it weren't for others breaking the rules, you would have been Xianxia. Why wait until now? Su Sherdao looked at Yuanqi. We meet again. Brother Su, Zhang Ming said. Su Sherdao looked over. Zhang Ming said, have you ever thought of using the spiritual treasure killer to create the sequence foundation? They looked at Zhang Ming in surprise. Lu Yin was shocked. He had never thought of this before. Su Sherdao's eyes lit up. Is it possible? Zhang Ming was serious. Sequence particles can create the sequence foundation. The spiritual treasure killer is much easier to see than sequence particles. It's not impossible. He glanced at Lu Yin. Brother Su's grafting flowers should not be learned by anyone. Now that Lu Xianxia has learned it, there must be a way. Su Sherdao shook his head. You're asking the wrong person. I don't know how Lu Xianxia learned it. Zhang Ming looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at him. Old man, are you trying to dig out my secret? Zhang Ming smiled. Lu Xianxia, don't misunderstand. If we can create the sequence foundation, it will be beneficial to both of us. After all, the Spiritual Treasure Society is closer to you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. All right, go back and think about it. If it can be done, the Spiritual Treasure Society will cooperate fully. Zhang Ming nodded. All right. Su Sherdao was unhappy. I haven't said anything. No one bothered with him. Although Su Sherdao was indeed at the level of Xianxia, everyone knew that he was forced by Lu Yin to become Xianxia. Unknowingly, the others valued Lu Yin's opinion more. Especially after Wu Zhang's suppression of the Wanshou border, everyone in the spiritualized universe was terrified. If it wasn't for their standpoint, everyone would think that the next Yu Xianxia would be Lu Yin. Everything else aside, he was too young. Lan listened quietly. These people represented the highest level of the spiritualized universe. Any decision they made could change the situation. However, the realm beyond sky would always be above everything as long as Yu Xianxia was still alive. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Yin. How long could this person live? Coincidentally, Lu Yin also looked at Lan. The two looked at each other. Lan's gaze was as calm as still water. There was no sign of the anger she had when she chased Lu Yin away. Lu Yin stared at Lan. I heard that you cultivate the 22nd ranked projection sequence? Lan replied, yes. Lu Yin was curious. This sequence is almost useless. Why would a powerhouse like you cultivate this? Lan said, projection is not very useful in battle, but it is very convenient to inform the spiritualized universe of the realm beyond sky's decision. I don't need a sequence that is advantageous for battle. Projection is more suitable. Inform. I heard that this sequence is also very good at assassination, Lu Yin said slowly. Yuan Qi looked at Lan. Lan's expression was solemn. I heard that Lu Xian was assassinated several times. 2 of them were related to the sequence. Are you suspecting me? Yes. Lu Yin did not deny it. Lan said, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin looked away and did not ask any more questions. At this time a figure walked out. Lan stepped forward and said respectfully, Lan greets Meng Xiang. Lu Yin and the others stared at the newcomer. It was Meng Xiang. Meng Xiang was wrapped in a black robe and walked over slowly. She faced Lu Yin and the others as if she did not see them. Meng Xiang, where have you been all this time? Zhang Ming suddenly asked. Meng Xiang's voice was low. I was cultivating in seclusion. Su Sherdao frowned. The entire spiritualized universe is looking for you. It has nothing to do with you. Meng Xiang's voice was cold. Zhang Ming looked at Meng Xiang deeply. If you want to die, please go to the Gate of Techniques. Your sequence is very useful. Meng Xiang did not speak again. Lu Yin did not pay attention to him. He had taken actions several times under the Eternal's instructions. Previously he had saved the old salamander from the 10,000 beasts border. Even if Lu Yin wanted to find the old salamander through him, now was not the right time. Meng Xiang was not the main person. The main person was the Eternal. Chapter 3596. At this time the 9th spirit arrived, still drunk and hazy. Lan frowned and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Lan greets the 9th spirit. The 9th spirit burped and faced Lan with a smile. Sorry for being late. She looked ahead and saw Lu Yin and the others. She greeted them. Old Zhang Ming, you're not dead yet? I remember someone in the consciousness universe saying that you were dead. What a pity. She looked at Meng Xiang. Isn't this Meng Xiang? Everyone says that you're missing but you're not dead. What a pity. Finally she looked at Lu Yin. The most pitiful one is you. Why didn't you die together with Ho? Lu Yin looked at her. Let's talk after the day of the sacrifice. Zhang Ming, Lan, and even Su Sherdao did not understand why Lu Yin wanted to talk to the 9th spirit. She did not seem to care about worldly affairs, aside from a few mischievous interests. The 9th spirit burped again and waved her hands. Don't look for me. I don't know you well. Emperor Wu arrived, his height oppressive. With his arrival the 7 great mulberry skies were all present. Lan led the way not to the extreme palace but to the border of sky beyond. Standing there one could look out into space. Just one more step and they would be out of sky beyond. Xianxia was already waiting there, his back to the group. The 7 great mulberry skies had arrived. Xianxia spoke. Sacrifice spirits. At the end of the spiritualized universe, attitude is more important than form. Previously the sacrifice spirits were all in the Lushan region. Now that the 7 great mulberry skies are missing, they have all moved to sky beyond. He looked up into space. In an hour the sacrifice spirits will begin. An hour was a short time. But in the history of the spiritualized universe, Xianxia and the 7 great mulberry skies had rarely gathered. It was almost always the day of the sacrifice spirits. At this moment the entire spiritualized universe was silent. Countless cultivators faced sky beyond. Some were muttering to themselves while others were bowing in worship. Everyone had their own way of expressing their piety. And at this moment, above boundless border, Jiangqi, who was wrapped in a blanket, was shivering, trembling more and more. The day of the sacrifice spirits was very important, but there were only 8 people. These 8 represented the entire spiritualized universe. Soon an hour passed. Xianxia raised his hand and tapped the void with his index finger. The starry sky was like a mirror, smooth and complete. At this moment time and space stopped. Only Xianxia's voice could be heard. Tai Xianxia not. Xianxia and the 7 great Xianxia acted at the same time. using their respective powers to form a mulberry heavenly knot. It was only one mulberry heavenly knot, but it gathered the power of 8 peak experts. The mulberry heaven knot has been formed, guardian spirit. Xianxia flew toward the deep starry sky and gradually burned. The flames illuminated the entire spiritualized universe, illuminating every corner. In the spiritualized universe, all the practitioners saw the fiery light and knelt down in unison. Guardian spirit. Guardian spirit. Guardian spirit. Let the heart be round, the spirit word heavens sacrifice to the great Tao. Xianxia's voice echoed throughout the entire spiritualized universe. If Dancing Butterfly Horizon was here, would he have given him a blow? Luyin watched his back. Actually, he also wanted to attack Xianxia, but the more he understood Xianxia's strength, the more he realized the gap between them. A sneak attack was meaningless. If he could injure Xianxia with a sneak attack, it meant that he had the strength to fight Xianxia head-on. Clearly he was still lacking a bit. However, if the 7 great Xianxia worked together, he could give it a try. Wu Huang, the 9th spirit, and the others. Everyone looked at Xianxia's back, their thoughts unknown. This wasn't the first time they had experienced a guardian spirit. Yuan Qi was the most emotional. The last time he had experienced a guardian spirit was a long time ago, and he had never thought that he would have the chance to participate in one. The previous guardian spirits had all been in Lushan Domain. Lushan Domain was his hometown, but he didn't miss it. Time could wash away all memories. When the mulberry heavenly knot finished burning, the 36 filaments shook. Wu Huang and the others trembled. It was here. The most attractive aspect of a guardian spirit was its spectacle, and whether or not they would be able to see it would depend on the mulberry heavenly knot burning. They had sacrificed their guardian spirits time and time again, but had been disappointed. Would they be able to see it this time? The Master Su sect was filled with anticipation. Yuan Qi's breathing quickened. Luyin looked up at the sky. Spectacle? What would it be? Just as he thought about it, his eyes narrowed as he saw an inconceivable scene. In the spiritualized universe, the spirit threads of the 36 filaments formed the word spirit. At this moment, the word seemed to come alive as it slowly floated up. It wasn't the spirit threads that floated up, nor was it the 36 filaments. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but the word was floating up. At the same time, 7 giant funnels appeared in 7 different directions of the spiritualized universe. They weren't vertical like normal funnels, but vertical instead. The bottom of the funnels faced the deep starry sky, as if the entire universe had been turned upside down. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at this scene. The 7 directions were the 7 karmic lands that he had seen before. The funnels seemed to be absorbing something. Lu Yin watched as the inverted funnels absorbed something from the bottom up. Then liquid dripped out from the opening and floated up like a giant bubble. Compared to the entire spiritualized universe, the 7 funnels were very small. However, compared to people and even the 36 domains, the funnels were very large. They divided the spiritualized universe into 7 parts. The Ling word that floated up once again floated up, and another Ling word appeared. Immediately after, more Ling words appeared. Each Ling word was smaller than the previous one. As the Ling word floated up, the liquid on the inverted funnels also floated up continuously. It was the same rhythm as the Ling word. The liquid that had appeared in the 7 funnels floated up into the deep starry sky. From Lu Yin's perspective, it looked like the word had formed a triangle that extended up into the sky until it disappeared. From beginning to end, Lu Yin stared blankly. What was the meaning of this? He couldn't understand. Beside him, Yuan Qi looked at Lu Yin and sighed when he saw Lu Yin's strange expression. Indeed, only he could see it. Of the 7 Sang skies, whoever could see the spectacle would be the next Xianxia. There were very few Sang skies who could see the spectacle at the same time. Xianxia and Elder Xianxia's generation had seen it at the same time, and in the end, Elder Xianxia had died and Xianxia had ascended to the top. Lu Yin was still immersed in the spectacle and didn't notice Yuan Qi looking at him. Soon Su Shidao also looked at Lu Yin, followed by Wu Huang, Zhan Ming and the rest. Lu Yin's abnormal behavior was a little too obvious, and it made them uncomfortable. The spectacle of the spiritualized universe's tribute spirit had actually been seen by an outsider. Xianxia's back was still facing the 7 Sang skies, and he didn't need to look to know that only Lu Yin could see the spectacle. What would Lu Yin think if he saw it? Lu Yin didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't understand what this spectacle meant. The words spirit in the 36 filaments and the funnels in the 7 directions were also the 7 karmic lands. He thought back to when he had borrowed the power of inaction in the intent realm. The sword had also seen the spectacle. His eyes twinkled. Could there be another universe within the universe? As the Ling character and the liquid disappeared into the heavens, no one knew where they had gone. Even Lu Yin could not see them. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering rumble as the Ling character and the 7 funnels shattered and turned into clouds that enveloped the entire spiritualized universe. Similarly, only Lu Yin could see this scene. No one else could. The clouds suddenly dispersed, and a ray of green light pierced through the darkness and spread throughout the spiritualized universe, illuminating every corner of space. It was so obvious and bright, but still no one could see it. Lu Yin stared blankly above the green light, where an incomparably large figure covered in light stood up. It seemed to have just woken up, and it stretched lazily and yawned, its back facing everyone else. That figure was so large that it covered the entire sky, but Lu Yin couldn't see its appearance clearly. All he could see was a green light that swirled about, almost blinding him. It was like a deity and he couldn't look straight at it. Suddenly, all of the green light converged and transformed into a sharp blade that slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly dodged. The green blade swept past his body and disappeared. In an instant everything was gone. The clouds, the green light, the figure. Everything disappeared in an instant, including the green blade. The only change was that Lu Yin had moved away from where he had been standing. He was the only one who had moved. Xianxia turned around and looked at Lu Yin. The other Xianxians also looked at Lu Yin, and even a fool would know what Lu Yin had seen. Lu Yin looked at the heavens again, but there was nothing there. What had just happened seemed like an illusion, but was it really an illusion? When the green blade had slashed down, Lu Yin's scalp had gone numb, and he had felt a sense of horror that he had never experienced before. He had been powerless to resist, and he had felt even more powerless than when he had faced Xianxia. He did not dodge the cyan blade. Instead, it was the cyan blade that disappeared on its own. The strangest thing was that no one had seen such a vast scene and such a terrifying power. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only he and Xianxia had seen it. Lu Yin felt like he had seen a ghost. He could see karma that others could not, and that gave him a sense of superiority. But now he did not wish to see that miraculous scene or that godlike figure. He was the master of the Tianyuan universe, and he had even faced a grass master before. But at this moment, an indistinct figure had given him the illusion of a god. What was that? Hey, did you see it? The 9th spirit blinked and stared at Lu Yin. Wu Huang, Zhanming, and the others all looked at Lu Yin deeply. Lu Yin's expression slowly returned to normal, and he tried his best to disperse the fear in his heart. No. His hoarse voice revealed his restless heart. The 9th spirit rolled her eyes. So what if you saw it? Stop pretending. Congratulations, Lu Xianxia, Zhanming congratulated, but his expression was not normal. No matter how shrewd he was, he could not accept the fact that an outsider like Lu Yin had seen the miraculous scene of the spiritualized universe. Could this outsider really become Xianxia? Wu Huang turned to leave, preparing for the battle at Fuhiyun half a year later. Xianxia spoke up. I have something to announce. Everyone looked at him. Xianxia's gaze swept across the 7 major Xianxians and he said mildly, Wu Huang and the 9th spirit have returned from the consciousness universe and captured Yi Meng of the 13 celestial phenomena. Yi Meng has already revealed the location of the Earth of Yi. Chapter 3597. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. The land of Earth had actually been found. The land of Earth was where the 13 celestial phenomenon resided. Rumor had it that as long as one could find the land of Earth, they could destroy the 13 celestial phenomena and completely overturn the consciousness universe. It was where all consciousness began and ended. From Lu Yin's perspective, it was similar to the immemorial city of the Tianyuan universe. Wu Huang and the 9th spirit were shocked. Yi Meng confessed? Zhanming was shaken. How is that possible? Since ancient times, the 13 celestial phenomena have been captured, but none have confessed. Is Yi Meng telling the truth? Su Shidao sighed. Yi Meng really is not dead. Tuyuan guessed right. He is not dead. Yi Meng will not die so easily. Xianxia said, Yi Meng must be telling the truth. I have decided to launch an all-out attack on the consciousness universe and completely end the 13 celestial phenomena. I will restart the consciousness universe and step into eternal life. Everyone quickly prepare to follow me into the consciousness universe. With that he vanished. Zhang Ming looked at Wu Huang and the ninth spirit. I still can't believe that the 13 celestial phenomena would confess. Wu Huang grinned. Who cares if it's true or not? It's time to end the consciousness universe. After that, the next one. He looked at Lu Yin. Is the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin met his gaze. We'll talk about it after you survive the battle at Fu Hian. Wu Huang stared at Lu Yin. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly grabbed at Meng Sang. Meng Sang retreated. Lan moved to block Wu Huang. This is beyond sky. If you want to fight, leave this place first. Wu Huang stared at Meng Sang. Where is that old man? Meng Sang did not respond. Wu Huang's gaze was fierce. Meddling in the affairs of the myriad beasts border. I will tear you apart. Meng Sang looked up at Wu Huang. We'll talk after we survive the battle at Fu Hian. Wu Huang was enraged and wanted to attack. Lan immediately called Xiaosheng over, wary of Wu Huang. Wu Huang left in the end. The most important thing now was to cultivate that power. Zhang Ming also left, wishing Lu Yin victory over Wu Huang before he left. Lu Yin replied, if I win, I'll be a guest at your door of techniques. Zhang Ming didn't dare to respond to Lu Yin's words. No one had welcomed Lu Yin as a guest, which meant that Lu Yin was clearly an unwelcome guest. The Gate of Techniques was a special place as some of the old fellows were still alive. Furthermore, it was a place that produced the sequence foundations, which was extremely important to the spiritualized universe. Master Su also left. The ninth spirit left faster than anyone else, afraid that Lu Yin would target her. He wasn't afraid that she would run away. Her hatred for Fengbo ran deep and she would definitely come looking for him. I'll head back first? Yuanqi asked. Lu Yin nodded. In the end, only Lu Yin, Meng Sang, Lan and Xiaosheng were left. Lu Yin looked at Lan. I won't make a move here. There's no need to keep an eye on them. Lan did not believe her, but she knew that it was useless for her to keep watching. Lu Sangtian, being able to see the wonders means that our universe recognizes you. Furthermore, you are Sangtian, so please maintain basic respect for the heavens beyond heaven. With that, she left with 36 Xiaosheng. After they left, Lu Yin faced Meng Sangtian and slowly asked, where is the old salamander? Meng Sang said in a low voice, exchange. How? Lu Yin asked. Meng Sang looked at Lu Yin, exchange Shan Yen for the old salamander. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Seems like the god of forgotten ruins ambushed and killed Zhang Yen in the Tianyuan universe and stole the key. That key should be in the Eternal's hands right now. He even told you this. You really are under his control. Meng Sang did not refute and continued, this is his condition. Exchange Zhang Yen for the old salamander. Lu Yin said, do you think that the old salamander is worth as much as the key to the door of arts? What if he is chaos? Meng Sang asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Impossible. I don't need to argue with you. To me, I don't know what chaos is. Since he wants to exchange the old salamander for Zhang Yen, he must be confident. It's up to you whether you want to exchange it or not, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. Well, Meng Sang turned and left. Lu Yin stared at her back with a heavy expression. No wonder Meng Sang had saved the old salamander. It turned out that the Eternal wanted to exchange the old salamander for Zhang Yen. Lu Yin knew how attractive the old salamander's identity was to the Tianyuan universe. If the old salamander really was chaos, it meant that he had been to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago and had done something there. On a deeper level, could the appearance of the primogenitor and the others be related to him? Even the primogenitor did not know how the Tianyuan universe had appeared, but they had appeared naturally. As for the spiritualized universe, there were people in Mr. Mu's spacetime. It was unlikely that all the universes had coincidentally given birth to humans. The people of the Tianyuan universe must have come from somewhere else. Where was it? Perhaps chaos could provide the answer. This was the Eternal's confidence. Was the old salamander really chaos? Based on the time, it was not impossible, but Lu Yin felt that the possibility was not high. Just as Meng Sang was about to leave, she said, even if you don't exchange it, he can still pay a price and leave the key like me. With that, she disappeared. Lu Yin sighed. What price had the Eternal paid to keep Meng Sang? What price had he paid to keep the spirit seed? Lu Yin did not know if the Eternal could still afford to pay this price. However, since the Eternal wanted Meng Sang to exchange it, it meant that the price was extremely high. It made sense when he thought about it. How could the price of suffering a karmic backlash be small? Also, since the Eternal was willing to exchange the old salamander for Zhou Xian, it meant that the old salamander was not in the hands of the Zhikong realm. The Eternal and Meng Sang had not cooperated with the foolish old, or the foolish old would not have agreed to hand over the old salamander. Did that mean that the Qianmen Faidu had betrayed the Zhikong realm? That could not be right. The foolish old also needed the key, and the Eternal could use the key to cooperate with the Zhikong realm. Lu Yin frowned. It was not easy to analyze the situation, and the best way was to fight his way out. Qi Gong's theft of the White Willow was so complicated, and it had only been exposed because Lu Yin had inadvertently taken away the Deming realm's astral river. The small book pavilion. The Yuqing incident had exposed the old salamander, and he had relied on strength to force Sovereign to cooperate. In the end, strength was the foundation of everything. Lu Yin walked out of beyond heaven and headed in a certain direction, the intent realm. Lu Yin could not let go of the guardian spirit's wonder, and he needed to find Wu Wei and try to see it again. He also needed to make up for the changes in the 9 heavens. In the intent realm, after the guardian spirit's disappearance, all cultivators returned to normal. Some cultivated while others went out. The cultivators of the Alliance Crusaders cultivated in a much larger area than before. In the past, more than half of the intent realm had belonged to the Qi family, but after the Qi family's defeat and the discovery of Qi Gong's theft of the White Willow, the Qi family had been unable to recover. Nobody cared about the intent realm anymore. It was only because of the monolith's Dao discussion and Qi Yuan's appearance that the Qi family was able to stay here with peace of mind. Otherwise, they would not even be able to stay here. The outside world always looked at the intent realm with a mocking attitude. It was the biggest joke in the world that a person in the intent realm would steal from another person. The Qi family's courtyard was rebuilt, and although it looked exactly the same as before, it lacked its former majesty. The strongest person in the Qi family was only a spirit ancestor, and he was an elder from a branch family who had not been favored before. His name was Qilu. The name Qilu was too casual. When the Qi family had prospered, he had been a branch family elder without much authority. He could not change his name at will, so he had always been called Qilu. Now, however, the Qi family's experts were either dead or missing. He had become the family head, so he wanted to change his name. Outside the Qi family's courtyard, a youth sat at the entrance and stared at the stone tablet fragment in a daze. Qi Zun had walked out of this stone tablet before, but even he, who was comparable to Sang Tian, had not been able to protect the Qi family. Qi Mao, what are you still squatting here for? Frem, don't you think we've been scolded enough? A group of people walked out of the courtyard, all of them members of the Qi family. They had once been from the branch family, but now that the direct line had been defeated, the branch family had risen to power. Because Qi Gong had stolen the White Willow, they had been ridiculed, which made them loathe the direct line. Qi Mao was Qi Gong's grandson, which made them even more unhappy. Qi Mao ignored them and sat on the ground by himself, staring at the stone tablet fragment in a daze. The group of people scolded him, even punched and kicked him, but he did not care. Not long after, the group of people left. Some people from the Alliance passed by. This was a place they did not dare to approach, but now there was no one left in the Qi family. Sometimes, they even dared to step into the Qi family's courtyard and laugh wantonly, venting their dissatisfaction. Some of these people mocked Qi Mao and some punched and kicked him like the Qi family members, but Qi Mao did not care. When these people left, there would still be people passing by. Qi Mao was already used to it. Do you want to become stronger? A low voice sounded in Qi Mao's ears. Qi Mao's expression changed and he looked around with confusion in his eyes. Do you want to become stronger? The voice sounded again. Qi Mao was at a loss. Who is it? Do you want to become stronger? Qi Mao looked at the stone tablet fragment excitedly. Ancestor Qi Zun, is that you? I know you're not dead, you're still alive, you're still living in these fragments, right? Ancestor Qi Zun. If you want to become stronger, then listen to me. The low voice sounded again. Qi Mao was excited. I'll listen to you, whatever you say, Ancestor. Junior Qi Mao pays his respects to Ancestor. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him and the shadow covered Qi Mao. Qi Mao turned around and his expression changed. Sure, Lord Xiao? Xiao's face was gloomy, and he threw Qi Mao into the Qi family's courtyard. His consciousness swept across the Qi family and he brought pressure. Look after your people. If you let him be bewitched by Wu Wei again, your Qi family will cease to exist. In the Qi family, Qi Lu was shocked and he quickly bowed. Yes, Lord Xiao, don't worry, it won't happen again. As he said that, he glared at Qi Mao fiercely. This trash, how could he do such a thing? Xiao snorted and his figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already at the corner of the intent realm where Wu Wei was. He looked at the dark land in front of him. Wu Wei, you bewitched Qi Gong to steal the White Willow and joined forces with Saint Dayu to lure Lu Sangtian to take away the consciousness life. The realm beyond heaven did not pursue this matter, so do you really think it's okay? Lord Yu Sangtian did not have time to care about you, but you still dared to bewitch the younger generation of the Qi family. Do you really think no one can stop you? Chapter 3598. Wu Wei said in a low voice, the Qi family descends from Qi Zun's bloodline. They are very talented in cultivation of consciousness, especially the direct descendants. I just love talent and want to teach them. Who asked you to have no talent? Otherwise I would teach them too. Xiao shouted, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You still want to create another Qigong? That will never happen. You better know your place or else you will not have a good ending. Wu Wei did not answer. He did not expect Xiao to keep an eye on the younger generation of the Qi family. How long had it been since the incident with Qi Gong? He was just about to teach the descendants of the Qi clan when he was discovered. It seemed that this path would not work in the future. What a big temper. It seems like you are very dissatisfied with Wu Wei. Do you want me to help you? A voice rang out from behind him with a teasing tone. Xiao's expression changed and he suddenly turned around. When he saw who it was, his pupils shrank. Lu Yin. In the distance, Wu Wei's consciousness trembled. Formless killing intent flashed past. It was this person, someone he had to kill. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Xiao. What did you call me? Xiao's eyes flickered. After a while, he bowed and said respectfully, Xiao greets Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin grunted and looked past Xiao. What's wrong with Wu Wei? Who made you so angry? Xiao's mind was in chaos. What was Lu Yin doing here? Although Sangtian had the right to enter and exit the intent realm, he had to report his arrival. This person was too unruly. Unfortunately, these were just thoughts. He did not dare to voice them out, let alone question them. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he had no choice but to explain. Wu Wei wants to bewitch the younger generation of the Qi family, just like how he bewitched Qi Gong. Lu Yin shook his head. That's too much. You want the same thing to happen again? Wei, do you think that alliance leader Xiao is an idiot? Xiao's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. In the distance, Wu Wei's voice sounded. Lu Seng, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're planning to destroy the concept. Lu Yin smiled. I'm Sangtian now, so how could I possibly destroy the will? Unless I'm not Sangtian anymore. Xiao looked up at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's words had a hidden meaning behind them. Lu Yin looked at Xiao again. Stay away. I have something to say to Wu Wei. Xiao frowned and said, Lu Sangtian, Wu Wei is the protector of the artistic conception and is under the command of Lord Yu Sangtian. Nonsense. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Either stay away or lie down. Pick one. Xiao's face paled. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and could only leave. He had to immediately contact the heavens beyond heaven. After Xiao left, Lu Yin looked into the distance. There, a majestic consciousness was slowly approaching him like a monster. I can feel your killing intent. Do you really want to kill me? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Wu Wei said, just a precaution. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I can still differentiate between killing intent and defense. If you want to kill me, sure. I'm right here, so do it. The earth was silent. His consciousness was like a gathering of dark clouds, constantly approaching. The killing intent was faintly discernible. Lu Yin looked at the majestic consciousness. What are you waiting for? Lu Sangtian, I don't want to kill you. My duty is to protect the artistic conception. As long as Lu Sangtian doesn't attack the artistic conception, I won't attack, Wu Wei said in a deep voice. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. Who would believe that you did not have a motive for enticing Qigong to steal the white willow? I didn't do it, Wu Wei said. I'm in the spiritualized universe. It's meaningless for Qigong to do such a thing, and he couldn't have known about your appearance in advance. If you hadn't attacked the artistic conception, Qigong would have ended up stealing the white willow. There's no possibility of consciousness life being taken away. Lu Yin nodded. This is also the reason why Xianxia didn't hold you accountable. Just because there's no reason doesn't mean that he won't do it. I once met someone who was trapped in a certain star region. He could have left at any time, but he didn't. He was bored and made things difficult for the families in that star region. He stood up for others or caused trouble for others. Boredom is also a reason. Wu Wei had indeed enticed Qigong to do such a thing out of boredom. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on honored Qi, but it was meaningless. At most, he would just vent his anger. The heavens beyond heaven and the Alliance Crusaders were confused by Lu Yin and thought that Wu Wei had contacted the outside world. He had been plotting to take away the consciousness life forms in the artistic conception. The heavens beyond heaven didn't hold Wu Wei accountable for two reasons. First, there was no evidence. Second, Wu Wei's existence was far more useful than those consciousness life forms that were taken away. At their level, it was difficult for them to think that Wu Wei did it out of boredom. Sometimes, the more unreasonable a reason was, the more reasonable it was. Wu Wei's consciousness rolled. Lu Sangtian, what are you trying to do here? Lu Yin slowly said, I said that I'll give you a chance to kill me. I won't resist. Wu Wei was surprised. What do you mean? Lu Yin's finger moved and a karmic spiral appeared. I'll say it again. Kill me. Wu Wei really wanted to kill Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had taken the initiative to come over, which made it uneasy. Furthermore, it admitted that it didn't have the confidence to kill this person. Even the Azure Sword hadn't been able to kill this person before, so this person had a clear understanding of its own strength. What are you trying to do? Wu Wei's voice grew deeper. It felt like it had been schemed against and it felt very aggrieved. Lu Yin frowned. If you don't kill me, then don't blame me for killing you. With that, the karmic spiral gathered and the karmic wheel blasted towards Wu Wei. In the previous battle, Wu Wei had used the Azure Sword after the karmic wheel had been used. Lu Yin didn't know if the two were related, but he wanted to force out the Azure Sword and see that unforgettable spectacle. He wanted to see if it could be related to the spectacle of the guardian spirit. Wu Wei was afraid this feeling. Lu Sangtian, don't force me. Wu Wei's consciousness retracted, unwilling to fight Lu Yin, but unable to restrain its killing intent. The great sky-carving disc came crashing down. Above Lu Yin's head, his consciousness also formed the great sky-carving disc. One above and one below the great sky-carving disc and the karmic wheel attacked at the same time. At this moment, another consciousness came crashing down from the side. It was far weaker than Lu Yin and Wu Wei, but it attracted Lu Yin's attention. It was Zhou Xian who had attacked. Not just him but the ninth spirit as well. The ninth spirit stood in front of Wu Wei facing Lu Yin. Lu Sangtian, why aren't you waiting in the 100 Herb region to fight Emperor Wu? Lu Yin did not stop as the ninth spirit had come at the right time. She was also trying to cross the bitter adversity and he wanted to see what the karmic will could produce. The ninth spirit had not expected Lu Yin to attack. As the karmic wheel neared, she retreated step by step, unable to see. This made her even more wary. Especially after exchanging blows with Lu Yin, she knew how strong he was. The karmic wheel pushed forward and Lu Yin stared at the ninth spirit. Two bamboo sticks appeared in the ninth spirit's hands, each the size of a palm. The bamboo sticks struck each other and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. The sea of time was dreamy, like bubbles bursting one after another, like worlds breaking apart. Extinguish. Lu Yin was stopped for a moment and was surprised. Second manifestation? The ninth spirit's technique was the fifth echelon technique, second manifestation. It was the same as Mr. Li's. Around Lu Yin's body, the starry sky in his heart released, repelling the echelon particles. The ninth spirit struck the bamboo again, but the echelon particles could not get close to Lu Yin. She casually flung out the two bamboo sticks. One turned into a bamboo dragonfly, flying towards the karmic wheel, while the other disappeared and reappeared, piercing towards Lu Yin. In Lu Yin's eyes, the flying bamboo piercing towards him was small, so small that he could not see it. It was large, covering space and time, and there was no way to avoid it. And to the ninth spirit, the karmic will could not stop it. It passed through the bamboo dragonfly and her expression changed again. She could only retreat. Her palm reached into the void, grabbing at the flying bamboo. Whether it was small or big, it could not escape her grasp. With a crack, the flying bamboo was caught by Lu Yin and crushed. Lu Yin's palm was bleeding profusely. These flying bamboos were powerful and could tear his flesh apart. Even his flesh could be torn apart. This meant that in the 3 universes, there were very few who could withstand the ninth spirit's technique. The karmic wheel continued to press towards the ninth spirit. Before the ninth spirit's eyes, a door appeared. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped the karmic wheel. If he attacked again, she would step through the door just like before. As for Wu Wei, he had already fled. At the moment the ninth spirit attacked, he had fled the domain. He had probably gone to sky beyond sky. Lu Songtian's technique is admirable. I hope I can see it in the battle with Emperor Wu Huang. The ninth spirit stood before the door, wine gourd in hand. She happily took a swig. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. Why did you appear? The ninth spirit was exasperated. How unlucky. After the tribute spirit I left. But I suddenly remembered something and went back to sky beyond sky to have a chat with you, Xianxia. Who would have thought that the realm of wills would contact me and say that you, the great Xianxia, had come to the realm of wills to bully others? Lu Yin did not believe her. You Xianxia could not have sent you. The ninth spirit blinked. What? If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Don't worry. I will definitely ask, Lu Yin said. Yu Xianxia had always allowed Wu Jiang to exist. He had said that it was because the Green Grass Grandmaster wanted to borrow Lu Yin's karma, and so had not attacked. But Lu Yin felt that there were other possibilities. Especially when he saw the tribute spirit, it reminded him of the 7 karmic grounds. He guessed that Yu Xianxia's goal might be there. Otherwise, why could others not see the 7 karmic grounds? Yu Xianxia had allowed Lu Yin to exist, allowing Lu Yin to become Yu Xianxia. Everything seemed to be heading in the same direction. It seemed like Lu Yin was causing trouble in the spiritualized universe, but it was all within Yu Xianxia's control. His goal must be very deep. Lu Yin had come to look for Wu Wei in order to test Yu Xianxia's reaction. He had guessed that Yu Xianxia would most likely not stop him, and even if Yu Xianxia attacked Wu Wei, he would be able to break through Wu Wei's domain. But he had not expected the ninth spirit to come. Was it a coincidence? The ninth spirit, Count of the Wind, the karmic grounds, the wonder. Seeing that Lu Yin was determined to go to sky beyond sky, the ninth spirit rolled her eyes. Petty man. Palace Mistress Yao and Qin Yun are your servants for nothing. If you want to ask quickly. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Also, don't bully other people's domains. They're all so pitiful. Chapter 3599. Lu Yin looked deeply at the ninth spirit. Scroll 16, Lonely Shadow on a Cold Mountain. The ninth spirit was confused. Scroll 15, Sorrows of the Ages. The ninth spirit was even more confused. Royal God Mountain. The ninth spirit was speechless. What are you talking about? Intelligence Sky Domain. The ninth spirit facepalmed. I say forget it. I don't have time to waste with you. Might as well sleep. Door of Techniques, Lu Yin said finally, and then watched the ninth spirit disappear into the door. Looking at the empty ground, Lu Yin stood where he was. Just now he had said many of his guesses. No matter how the ninth spirit hid, his guesses could very well make her move. Count of the Wind came from another universe, and the spiritualized universe also existed in another invisible universe. That was what Lu Yin was looking for. The ninth spirit definitely knew something. The more she hid, the more Lu Yin understood the importance of this matter. But you can't hide for much longer. In the distance, Xianxia was nervous. Everyone had left. What was he going to do? He had attacked just now, but not on purpose. He had been forced by the ninth spirit, and had no choice but to attack to draw Lu Yin's attention. If Lu Yin decided to settle the score, he would be in trouble. While waiting anxiously, Lu Yin left. He had no time to waste with Xianxia and the others. Since they were all hiding, he would pick them out and see who could hide in the end. Lu Yin went to the Grand Domain. After Lu Yin left, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The Door of Techniques had 3 keys. Yu Susu guessed that one of them was in the hands of the General Chamber of Commerce. For the General Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the Door of Techniques, the key might be the key. Lu Yin had gone to the Grand Domain to force Yi Shang to hand over the key. What Zhang Ming and the others could not do he could do. Now that Xianxia had confirmed that he would not act against him, the others were no threat. Lu Yin could do whatever he wanted. General President? He is not here. Xiang stood before Lu Yin, his expression respectful. Lu Yin asked, "Where?" Xiang said, "I do not know." After the battle at the Chamber of Commerce, the General President left. He said he was in seclusion to heal. He did not even appear at the reopened Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yin immediately understood that the old man had run away because he was afraid that Lu Yin would find him. Yususu had schemed against the Chamber of Commerce, and she and Yishang were well aware of the third key. Back then when the two of them spoke, they didn't mention this point. Perhaps this was also the reason why Yishang and Zhang Ming wanted to kill Yususu. Since Yususu was taken away by him, he was afraid that he would ask him for the key, so he ran away. Yishang had left, so there was no point for Lu Yin to stay in the Grand Domain. Yishang isn't here, so you're in charge of the main Chamber of Commerce? Xiang hurriedly said, "The president will only be away for a while." Lu Yin grunted and slowly raised a hand to pat Xiang's shoulder. "The 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce and the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce will have to trouble you." Xiang bowed. "Rest assured, Lu Sangtian." Soon after, he left the Grand Universal Domain. Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he had left. No one in the spiritualized universe welcomed him. "Grandpa, did Lu Yin leave?" Hua asked. Xiang shouted, "Shut up. You have to call him Lu Sangtian. How can you call him by his name?" Hua resented Lu Yin. After all, he had almost been slapped to death. "Lu, what is Lu Sang doing here? It's none of your business. You don't have to worry about anything. Go cultivate." Xiang waved his hand. Hua could only leave. Xiang sighed. Just as the president had expected, Lu Sangtian would definitely return to the Grand Universal Domain. He hoped that the main Chamber of Commerce could survive this calamity. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had returned to the 100 Herbs Domain and announced that he would be going into seclusion until the final battle between Fuha Spring and Sovereign Wu Huang. Many heaved sighs of relief. Lu Sangtian had been wandering everywhere, and who knew when he would come to their domain. Wherever he went, bad luck would follow. Above boundless, Lu Yin really did go into seclusion. However, it was not to deal with Sovereign Wu Huang, but rather to shake his die. The die was his turbid treasure, and he had used the innate gifts of the 7 heroes to improve himself. In the Tianyuan universe, he had accomplished many impossible things with the die, but after coming into contact with the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, the die's usefulness had decreased. 6 pips, which had once allowed him to be omniscient and omnipotent, was now almost useless. In the Tianyuan universe, he did not need to merge with other people's bodies, but he could not merge with those from the spiritualized universe. It was the same for life forms from the consciousness universe. It was impossible to merge with other life forms by relying purely on one's consciousness. They either lacked life or strength. The die's 6 pips had completely failed in the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. However, when Lu Yin had opened the 9 skies, he had used the 9 clones technique to accomplish this. At that moment, he had thought of how to shake the die and merge 6 pips into a life form from the consciousness universe. This was the consciousness of the 9 clones technique. The first step to cultivating the 9 clones technique was to sense one's consciousness. The second step was to use the 9 clones technique to split one's consciousness into 9 and use one's bloodline to create an illusory body. The third step was to merge one's consciousness and turn the illusory body into reality. This was the 9 clones technique. Lu Yin had not fully cultivated it before, and he could split his consciousness into 9. However, he was not used to having 9 of himself. When he had wanted to open the 9 skies, his consciousness had reached the starry sky level. When he had fought against Sovereign Wu Huang, his consciousness had been much weaker, and he had not been able to block Sovereign Wu Huang's sawtooth blade. Because of the 9 clones technique, his consciousness that had opened the 9 skies had actually gained life. It was another self, and that consciousness could shake the die. As for whether it could merge with a life form from the consciousness universe, Lu Yin did not know. He would have to try. With a tap of his finger, the die spun slowly before coming to a stop. 4 pips. Time stop space. The scene in front of his eyes changed and he entered the time stop space. Since he was already here, he might as well not waste it. He had been cultivating for a year, and when he came out he continued to roll his die. This time it was 1 pip and a useless item appeared. Even in the spiritualized universe, pip was still useful. However, with his current strength there was nothing useful for him. Continue to shake. 5 o'clock, decompose the materials. There's nothing to decompose, continue. On his 4th try he rolled 6 pips. His consciousness whistled around him as he used his consciousness to roll the die. When he saw 6 pips, his consciousness appeared in a dark space. It was pitch black in the distance and he felt apprehensive. If he didn't have the ball of light, then it would be useless. His consciousness traveled even further and there were barriers between different spacetimes. He could see them, but he did not need to pass through them. Wu Wei continued his search in the spiritualized universe. After a period of time he saw balls of light. Although there weren't many of them, this meant that he could fuse with them. These balls of light definitely belonged to the consciousness universe's life forms. Aside from the intent domain, the spiritualized universe also contained the consciousness universe's life forms. Lu Yin did not hesitate to rush over and merge with them. Cold, emotionless, wanting to live, wanting to strengthen his consciousness, killing. Killing those humans meant that they were all enemies. All sorts of emotions flowed into his mind and Lu Yin looked around. He had merged with the consciousness lifeform's body, and this consciousness lifeform was a void of consciousness that was connected to the thoughts of other lifeforms. It would be whatever the lifeform imagined it to be, just like Wu Wei. This was Lu Yin's first time sensing the consciousness lifeform's thoughts. Aside from coldness and killing intent, there was nothing else. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, but consciousness lifeforms did not. They only had hostility, killing, strengthening, and extermination. On the surface, this consciousness lifeform was very respectful to the spiritualized universe's people, as respectful as a servant. Lu Yin now understood why Genesis and the others had warned him to be careful of consciousness lifeforms. Consciousness lifeforms did not have other emotions and they only had one goal in mind: to kill. These lifeforms only existed to survive and kill. If they wanted to survive, they had to strengthen their consciousness and kill because enemies existed. It was that simple. This was the Northmont region, one of the 36 regions. It was located under the word spirit, and was very ordinary. At this moment, Lu Yin's consciousness saw a huge plaza where several people were fighting. Some were in a chaotic battle while others were fighting one-on-one. This was a battle for the position of Peak Master of the Northmont region. The ruler of the Northmont region was called a Mountain Master, which had the same meaning as the Myriad Beasts Border's Mountain Master. They ruled over a mountain, but here there was only one Mountain Master. The Myriad Beasts Border had many Mountain Masters, and there were as many mountain ranges as there were Mountain Masters. Even their strength levels were the same. He was a Spirit Spell Realm powerhouse, the same as the other 36 Domain Masters. Such a person would also be a Mountain Master in the Myriad Beasts Border. Under the Mountain Masters were the Peak Masters. The Northmont region had 17 peaks, and each peak was overseen by a Peak Master. Most of the Peak Masters were at the Soul Progenitor level, and very few Spirit Spell Realm powerhouses were born. The consciousness life form that Lu Yin had fused with belonged to one of the Peak Masters. This consciousness life form had been recognized by the spiritualized universe and could be controlled. It had already been branded. In the spiritualized universe, if conscious life forms wanted to survive, and if cultivators wanted to control conscious life forms, they had to be recognized as conscious life forms that could surrender. There was only one way to do this, and that was to be branded by Xianxia. Only Xianxia could confirm whether or not this consciousness life form could survive. After all, consciousness life forms were very strange, and Xianxia knew that they had no emotions at all. They only knew how to survive and kill, and once they grew stronger they could easily take over. However, Xianxia was very rare, and it was impossible for ordinary people to even know where Xianxia was, let alone ask him to brand them. This was why very few consciousness life forms could travel through the spiritualized universe normally. Lu Yin had traveled through the spiritualized universe, but he rarely saw any consciousness life forms. Originally, there had been a place in the spiritualized universe where Xianxia could brand consciousness life forms. However, as time passed, Xianxia either went into seclusion or went on expeditions to the consciousness universe. That place had been abandoned, and only a few lucky people were able to find Xianxia and brand them. If one was not branded, It was taboo to adopt a consciousness life form such as Little Yao, who had been adopted by the 8 willows and Yao. The consciousness life form that Lu Yin had fused with had already been branded, and the one who had branded it had been the long-dead 100-grass Xianxia. For someone to be able to find Xianxia and ask him to brand this consciousness life form meant that the owner of this consciousness life form was not simple. This was indeed the case. The owner of this consciousness life form was a peak master at the soul progenitor level, and his father was the Northmont region's mountain master. If one was not a mountain master, it would be very difficult to find Xianxia. Chapter 3600. In this competition between the 17 peaks, the other peaks all had competitors for the position of peak master, but this person was as steady as Mount Tai and no one dared to compete with him. This consciousness life form alone was enough to deal with most powerhouses, as its consciousness was at the level of the progenitor according to the spiritualized universe's standards. This person was the most powerful of the 17 peak masters. Alright, Old 9, go. This move of yours is even simpler. Old 12, what are you hiding for? Charge. Lu Yin heard the peak master's laughter, and he looked around before withdrawing from the fusion. There was nothing in the Northmont region that he cared about. He was very excited as there were many things he could do if he could fuse with a consciousness life form. Wu Wei wanted to run, but could it? Even if it hid in Yu Sang's sky, it would not be able to escape. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and the first thing he did was check how much he had used up. His heart sank. How could he have used up so much? Lu Yin's consciousness was at the cosmic realm and it was vast and boundless. It was comparable to 13 celestial phenomenon, and even in the consciousness universe he would be considered a top powerhouse. However, because of 9 skies, his consciousness had dropped to the point where it could not withstand Emperor Wu's sawtooth blade. All of his consciousness had been used to open 9 skies, and his consciousness planet had already dried up. The consciousness he had used in his battle with Emperor Wu had also been at the 9 skies level, and he could not use much of it. After only 2 uses he had decided not to use it in battle. At this moment his consciousness had thinned by a layer. If it had been solid before, then it was now misty. If he used his consciousness again, Lu Yin could not guarantee that it would not cause 9 skies to collapse. His expression was solemn as his die had 6 pips. It had taken him some time to search but not much time to fuse with the consciousness life form. This was similar to when he had used star essence to fuse with someone else's body in the origin space. The longer it took, the more energy it would consume. However, he could not bear this consumption and he had to replenish it. Lu Yin's first thought was of the Shi ancestor, as his consciousness was not weak. He quickly discarded this idea as the Shi ancestor was still useful. After some thought, Lu Yin walked out of seclusion and went to the bow of the ship. Yu Shan was still tied up, but no woman had come to see him. Too many things had happened recently and the battle between Lu Yin and Emperor Wu was approaching. The entire spiritualized universe was waiting for that moment. Do you know where the spiritualized consciousness life forms are? Lu Yin. Yu Shan replied. Except for the concept. Yu Shan thought for a moment. Actually, many sects and families have the habit of hoarding consciousness life forms. A long time ago, when consciousness life forms were captured and brought to the spirit universe, Sky Beyond Sky confirmed that only Sang Tian could imprint them. At that time, Sang Tian was very willing to help imprint them. Those consciousness life forms were willing to die for their masters. Because of their life characteristics, they could also help some people cultivate their consciousness, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Sang Tian didn't want to waste any more time, and those sentient beings couldn't help the spiritualized universe attack the consciousness universe. Once they went to the consciousness universe, they would be easily killed by the sentient beings in the consciousness universe. Their consciousness would dissipate and their strength would increase. Beyond Heaven saw that these surrendered sentient beings weren't of much use, so they didn't force Sang Tian to help them. Most of the consciousness life forms that surrendered were sent to help cultivate their consciousness. Only a small number of consciousness life forms were divided. Even though the amount is very small, as time passed, those powers still accumulated a considerable amount. It's just that they didn't dare to bring it out. After all, it's a violation of the rules. Lu Yin thought of Little Yao and the various powers were hoarding her. The accumulated consciousness life forms weren't just surrendered, they could also be secretly taken away from the consciousness universe like Little Yao. If even the 8 willows and Yi Yao could bring Little Yao along, then there was no need to talk about the other powers. Even though they were breaking the rules, they had a tacit understanding. When the day came when Xianxia was willing to brand a consciousness life form, those powers would definitely find a reason to take it out. Otherwise, what was the point of hoarding consciousness life forms without using them? Lu Yin was Xianxia and he had the qualifications to help brand a consciousness life form, but there probably wouldn't be any powers willing to let him help. News of the loss of a consciousness life form had spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Everyone said that Limitless and the consciousness universe had joined forces, but they didn't believe Lu Yin. The other Xianxians wouldn't be able to make an appearance in a short period of time either. It would be too sudden and there would be no warning at all. Lu Yin wouldn't underestimate the vigilance of those powers. Since that was the case, he could only go up to them. Which powers have hoarded the most consciousness life forms? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Xian replied, naturally, the more powerful they are, the more they've hoarded. Or rather, the more they think that they have special privileges. Lu Yin's first thought was of the 7 major powers, including the Zhikong domain. Now that he thought about it, the Heaven's Hand didn't seem to have any, and the Zhikong domain had nothing. Neither did the Grand Entirety domain or the Myriad Beasts border. That left only the Gate of Arts and the God-governing mountain. Regardless of whether these 2 places had any consciousness life forms or not, Lu Yin had no way of finding them. Other than the 7 major powers, there were bound to be many powers hoarding consciousness life forms in the 36 filaments. If the small Beishan domain already had some, then there was no need to mention the rest. Lu Yin immediately thought of the Heavens Craftsman domain. The Heavens Craftsman domain had a special status among the 36 filaments. After all, they were responsible for the production of spirit threads. Su Wangtian and the Star Toad had been kicked out by the Heavens Craftsman domain, which was why they had found Miao Huang. Lu Yin had known about this for a long time, but he hadn't mentioned it to the Star Toad. There was also the Arc domain. Creating arcs required countless favors, so hoarding consciousness life forms wasn't impossible. Then he would start with these 2 domains. The moment he made a move, he would definitely alert the enemy, so he would do his best to gather as much information as possible. Furthermore, Lu Yin cared a lot about the Heavens Craftsman domain. Aside from the 7 funnels and the mysterious figure, there was also the triangle formed by the word Ling, which seemed to support the 7 funnels. If not for this word, the liquid might not have flowed out of the funnels. The word originated from spirit threads, and spirit threads originated from the Heavens Craftsman domain. In the Heavens Craftsman domain, the ritual ended and everything returned to normal. However, compared to before, the Heavens Craftsman domain was even quieter. This was all because Wu Jiang had mobilized resources twice. The Heavens Craftsman domain didn't lack resources, so it didn't matter. However, they couldn't tolerate this. Since ancient times, who dared to provoke the Heavens Craftsman domain? Even though the Heavens Craftsman domain wasn't one of the 7 major powers and had never produced Xianxia, they had a special status because of their production of spirit threads. Just like Yu Ting, who could search for the foundation of a sequence, they were both highly valued by Beyond Sky. Thus, even Xianxia wouldn't be rude to them. Elegant Library Wu Jiang humiliated the Heavens Craftsman domain. This was something that had never happened before in the history of the Heavens Craftsman domain. As a result, the entire Heavens Craftsman domain was holding their breath. Stupid. You can't even reach the level of Xiaoxia. What's the use of having you? How can you take revenge for our Heavens Craftsman domain with such stupidity? Master, disciple will definitely work hard and strive to reach the level of Xiaoxia as soon as possible. Only a master can use the 100 transformations spirit thread. Master has no hope in this lifetime. However, I didn't expect you to reach the level of Xiaoxia even longer than me. Blame me for not recognizing you. Leave. Master, I beg you. Master, please give disciple another chance. Ling, because you and I are both masters and can cultivate the 100 transformations spirit thread. Our child will definitely be able to walk this path in the future. Of course. Our child's talent is extraordinary. He will definitely become a master earlier than me. That's right. One day he will be able to help us vent our anger and suppress that Wu Jiang. What nonsense are you talking about? It's fine as long as our child is safe and alive. The battles in the outside world have nothing to do with him. You, how can you be like this? Wu Jiang's matter isn't something you should worry about. Wu Jiang might be gone by the time our child grows up. I hope so. Today we will become sworn brothers. We will break through our cultivation as soon as possible and take revenge for the Heavens Craftsman domain in the future. The Heavens Craftsman domain's pride wouldn't allow them to be humiliated, just like the Qi clan back then. Especially when the person who humiliated the Heavens Craftsman domain wasn't Lu Sangtian himself. It was even more unbearable for the Heavens Craftsman domain. Outside the main hall, little Fatty knelt down. His eyes were rolling around. No one knew what he was thinking. Soon many figures came out in a single file. They walked past little Fatty without looking at him. Occasionally someone would whisper softly. Little Fatty's ears perked up, wanting to eavesdrop. "Come in." An old voice rang out. Little Fatty hurriedly got up, wiped the dust off his legs and entered the main hall. An old man was sitting in the main hall. He was the one who chased Su Wangtian and Xingtoad out. He was the master of the Heavens Craftsman domain. "Master Grandpa, disciple is here." The old man looked at little Fatty and sized him up. "You're not bad." Little Fatty was shocked. He pretended to be confused. "I don't understand what Master Grandpa means." The old man smiled. "You're so young, but you've cultivated to the master level. It's rare that your temperament is outstanding. You've broken Ziyi's magnanimity with your words. In the spiritual universe, there are very few people who can surpass you. The future of the Heavens Craftsman domain depends on you." Little Fatty's heart trembled. He said bitterly, "Master Grandpa, don't say that. I can't withstand pressure. Also, don't spread this out. That pretty girl has a strong background." The old man laughed. "Zi Tianshu is very powerful, but she's not at the level where she can bully the Heavens Craftsman domain." Speaking of this, his face sank. "Only Wu Jiang is unforgivable." Little Fatty didn't dare to interrupt. Now the entire Heavens Craftsman domain was waiting for a chance to take revenge on Wu Jiang. Many people had gotten carried away, but he hadn't. What was there to get carried away? He didn't lose anything. He had plenty of resources. As for dignity, could it be eaten? Obviously not. His fat wasn't piled up with dignity. He didn't have any dignity, not even a little bit. The old man let out a long breath. "You've reached a bottleneck now, right?" Little Fatty smiled embarrassedly. "Master Grandpa has sharp eyes. I've indeed reached a bottleneck, but it's okay. Give me some time and I'll definitely be able to break through." The old man shook his head. "Breaking through will take a long time, but there are opportunities to make up for it. Ordinary people don't have resources or opportunities, but the Heavens Craftsman domain has them. You can try them one by one." Little Fatty was stunned. "Try what?" The old man's gaze was deep. "Start with your consciousness." Boom. The ground shook and dust rose. Little Fatty trembled and looked back. It was pitch black. The path was sealed. It came from a stone door that was covered with spiritual threads. This was the underground of the Heavens Craftsman domain, and it was also the place where life forms with consciousness were imprisoned. Chapter 3601. The little Fatty's face was full of bitterness. He didn't want to cultivate, he just wanted to live happily and slowly gain weight. It was quite beautiful. He didn't want to harm Zi on purpose. He really didn't want to expose himself. It was all Wu Zhang's fault. Why did he come to bully people? It caused the atmosphere of the entire Heavens Craftsman domain to change. Master Grandpa also targeted him and placed the future of the Heavens Craftsman domain on him. How old was he? It was also the fault of those senior brothers, uncles and uncles who were useless. None of them were valued by Master Grandpa, causing him to come here to suffer. Consciousness, the consciousness of a cultivating ghost. His consciousness was already not bad. Although it couldn't be compared to those arrogant guys in the domain, it wasn't bad either. He walked forward carefully. When the candlelight lit up, his heart trembled again. He walked very slowly. After an hour, little Fatty only managed to walk a little. A low voice sounded. It was a woman. "Little Fatty, who asked you to come?" Little Fatty wanted to retort. "You're the little Fatty. Your whole family is little Fatty." However, he didn't dare to. He revealed a simple and honest smile. "Master Grandpa asked me to come." "Senior, are you Lord Jing?" "Who's your Master Grandpa?" "Lingzhua." "Yes." "Then hurry up and come over. Look at your cowardly appearance." Little Fatty swallowed his saliva and walked forward quickly. Not long after, he saw the cage and all kinds of creatures. They were all consciousness life forms. Little Fatty looked at them and they looked back at Little Fatty. Some of these consciousness life forms took the initiative to change into a certain form. Some changed into a certain form according to Little Fatty's understanding of consciousness. They all had a common characteristic. They were sluggish. They had been imprisoned in the underground of the Heavens Craftsman domain for too long. The Heavens Craftsman domain wasn't a domain. In the domain, because of the existence of Wu Wei, these consciousness life forms could move freely. They could even cultivate and help disciples in the domain cultivate. They were relatively free. However, in the underground of the Heavens Craftsman domain, there was no powerful consciousness life form like Wu Wei to suppress them. The simplest and most reliable method was to not let these consciousness life forms recover their strength. The Heavens Craftsman domain invited consciousness cultivators to continuously consume the consciousness of these consciousness life forms. To cultivators, consciousness was power, but to these sentient beings, consciousness was life itself. This meant that they were constantly in a heavily injured state or even on the verge of death, unable to recover. The strongest consciousness cultivator was called Qi Jing, a member of the Qi clan. The Heavens Craftsman realm had spent a huge price to poach her from the Qi clan. Her consciousness had reached the star level, which was equivalent to the spirit spell level. Qi Jing was only a side relative of the Qi clan. At that time, the Qi clan didn't care. The moment she left the intent realm, it was impossible for her to return to the Qi clan. The Qi clan used her to exchange for resources in the Heavens Craftsman domain. Fatty walked shakily into the depths of the cave and saw a woman. Her face was withered and her skin was deathly pale. Her eyes were fierce and there was a smile on her face. Fatty felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly bowed. Junior Ling Tong greets Senior. Qi Jing sized up the little Fatty. You've become a master at such a young age, right? How did Senior know? Little Fatty asked. Qi Jing snorted. If it wasn't for Master Ling's wouldn't have let you come here. After all, this is a forbidden place. Fatty immediately flattered her. Senior's eyes are like torches seeing through the world. Junior is extremely impressed. With Senior overseeing the Heavens Craftsman domain, these sentient beings will never be able to overturn the heavens. Thank you for your contributions to the Heavens Craftsman domain. Shut up, don't give me that. Qi Jing's gaze was cold as she stared at Fatty. Let me ask you, who attacked the Heavens Craftsman domain? Fatty said, Miawu Huang. Qi Jing was shocked. Miawu Huang? Why did he attack the Heavens Craftsman domain? Fatty didn't know what to say. He muttered to himself for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, the underground cage suddenly shattered. The loud sound gave Fatty a fright. Qi Jing was shocked. She spread out her consciousness and suppressed the underground. What was going on? Those imprisoned sentient beings didn't know what was going on either. On the ground of the Heavens Craftsman domain, the Elder Lings was stared blankly at the sky. His expression changed drastically. How was this possible? A majestic consciousness descended from the heavens like a boundless ocean. The sentient beings stared down coldly. How dare you imprison my sentient beings? You're courting death. Lingzhou immediately acted. Spiritual threads of the world. The consciousness bombarded the Heavens Craftsman domain, causing everyone to faint in an instant. Only Lingzhou remained conscious as he watched the sentient beings descend. He knelt on one knee with a blank expression. How could there be so many powerful sentient beings in the spiritualized universe? Underground, Qi Jing spat out blood as a consciousness swept past and took away all the imprisoned sentient beings. She fainted in an instant. Fatty had long since fainted. Not long after, the Heavens Craftsman domain regained its peace. Lingzhou was the only one awake. He looked at the broken Heavens Craftsman domain with grief and indignation. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. On a planet not far away, Lu Yin opened his eyes. The consciousness that had attacked the Heavens Craftsman domain had come from him. With his level of consciousness, it was easy for him to split his consciousness and make it seem like there were many sentient beings. While sweeping through the Heavens Craftsman domain and snatching away the sentient beings, Lu Yin also checked out the domain. He even saw how the spirit threads were made. There was nothing special about the materials. Although they were rare, they weren't very mystical. If there was anything special, it would be the Heavens Craftsman domain's technique. The Heavens Craftsman domain had a unique method of creating spirit threads, and outsiders couldn't do it because of this technique. However, Lu Yin had also checked this technique and it wasn't special either. Had he overlooked something? The sentient beings that he had snatched were all extremely weak, and absorbing their consciousnesses was meaningless. He needed to let them recover first. Lu Yin's gaze moved from the Heaven's Craftsman domain to the Boat domain. Compared to the Heaven's Craftsman domain, the Boat domain had also been destroyed by Lu Yin's consciousness. With Lu Yin's speed, he swept through 5 domains before the outside world reacted and shook the spiritualized universe. The Heaven's Craftsman domain and the Boat domain had actually been attacked by sentient beings. This had never happened before. When this news spread, the organizations with sentient beings hurriedly contacted the Intent Realm to send them over. There were sentient beings in the spiritualized universe, and they had been hiding for who knew how long. In Ling's words, there were many of them and they were very strong. This time they had targeted the Heaven's Craftsman domain and the Boat domain, so they definitely knew something. When the Intent Realm received the news, Zhou Xian's first thought was Saint Daoist. If he had any doubts before, he no longer doubted them. There were sentient beings in the spiritualized universe, and they had already taken action. Where were these sentient beings hiding? Perhaps he had to ask Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin had already returned to the boundless universe, and the outside world had always thought that he was in seclusion. He looked up and his die appeared. He tapped it and it was 4 pips. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What he wanted was 4 pips. Time-stop space. After arriving at the time-stop space, Lu Yin released all the sentient beings that he had snatched. There were quite a few of them, and the Heaven's Craftsman domain had the most. There were even astral-level sentient beings among them, but they were also heavily injured. These sentient beings gathered together after being released, maintaining a certain distance from Lu Yin. "Human, why did you save us?" the astral-level sentient being asked. Lu Yin looked at them. "There are still too few powerhouses, but it's better than nothing." "Human, what do you mean? Why did you save us?" Many of the sentient beings stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly sat down. "Recover as soon as possible." "Did Wu Wei ask you to save us?" the astral-level being asked. Lu Yin was astonished. "Wu Wei would save you?" "I don't know, but Wu Wei is the only celestial being in the spiritualized universe. You are very strong and I can't think of anyone else besides Wu Wei who could ask you to save us." Lu Yin did not say anything else as there was no need to speak to these sentient beings. They had no emotions. "Human, we will definitely repay this favor." Lu Yin did not mind. Although they had no emotions, they could fake them. Sentient beings were a type of life and they had the desire to live on. They were not wrong, and no matter what method they used to live on, there was nothing wrong with that. Lu Yin was not wrong either, as he was also a life form with a race that he needed to protect. Soon a year had passed. These sentient beings had recovered quite a bit, but it was not enough. Lu Yin wanted to take them out and roll the die again. However, these sentient beings did not agree this time. "Human, we don't know where this is, but please let us leave. We will definitely remember your kindness," the astral-level being said, and the surrounding sentient beings went on alert. Lu Yin laughed. "I'm giving you time to recover. Why don't you trust me?" "It's not that I don't trust you, but it's enough. Human, we should leave." Lu Yin looked at the sentient beings in front of him. "Can you leave?" "Human, you," the astral-level being suddenly attacked. "Trust? That did not exist even if they were all sentient beings." All of the surrounding sentient beings attacked Lu Yin with their consciousnesses. Not long after, Lu Yin walked out of seclusion. When he saw Lu Yin come out, Old Tao hurried forward and eagerly told him what had happened. No one knew that Lu Yin could absorb consciousnesses, and it was not that he had kept it a secret. In the Tianyuan universe, aside from He Wuxian, there were no other sentient beings. At most there was Shizu, so there was no need for him to reveal this method. However, after coming to the spiritualized universe, he had become more aware of the importance of this matter. Once it was exposed, he would not only become the spiritualized universe's enemy, but also the consciousness universe's enemy. One could never underestimate the consciousness universe. Not only were their life forms different, but the consciousness universe had also been able to survive for so long under the attacks of the spiritualized universes and become known as the 13 Celestials. It was definitely not weak, or at least it was not as weak as they had heard. The Tianyuan universe was also considered weak by the spiritualized universes, but now it had been revealed. Trying to understand the strength of the 3 universes through the spiritualized universes was too one-sided and subjective. "So the 36 filaments have sent sentient beings to the Intent Realm?" Lu Yin asked. "Yes." Old Tao sighed. I never thought that the spiritualized universe would have such a powerful sentient being. Chapter 3602. As he spoke, Old Tao carefully glanced at Lu Yin. The existence of consciousnesses in the spiritualized universe had actually spread from here, starting with Saint Daliu. This information had been passed to Intent through Heaven's hand, but he didn't know if it was true or not. He also didn't know where Saint Daliu was. Old Tao didn't want to think about these things. Sometimes seeing things clearly was the same as letting others see through him. All he had to do was tell Lu Yin everything that had happened. At the bow of the ship, Zhou Xian looked inside Boundless from time to time with a bewildered expression. The Tian Yuan universe and the consciousness universe had indeed joined forces. He had just told Lu Sangtian about the 36 filaments hoarding consciousnesses when the Heavens Craftsman domain and the other 5 domains were attacked. He wasn't an idiot, so how could he believe that it was a coincidence? He couldn't understand the current situation at all. If his master allowed him to be tied up in Boundless, wouldn't that damage his reputation? Zhou Xian had thought that he would be tied up for a while at most, and that it would be enough for him to be at ease for a while. He had been on tenterhooks for too long and peace was too extravagant. However, he didn't expect that peace would last until now, to the point where the entire spiritualized universe seemed to have forgotten about him. Why would the spiritualized universe allow the existence of the Tian Yuan universe to exist? They even allowed the third head to become Sang Tian, which challenged his understanding. Also, no one in the spiritualized universe had guessed that the Tian Yuan universe and the consciousness universe had joined forces. Then why did they allow Boundless to exist? Zhou Xian couldn't understand all of these things. For many people, some things were very complicated and some situations were difficult to understand. However, these things and situations could be solved with a single thought. The giant stood there and ordinary people looked up and couldn't reach it. Even if the giant couldn't move, ordinary people would still find it difficult to climb up as it was too complicated. However, for cultivators, one step was enough to reach the peak. This was the difference in position. Regardless of whether it was Yu Sangtian or Lu Yin, their vision had already jumped out of the limit, and they wouldn't fight over a city or land. Sangtian is just a name. The latest news is that Tianshu has left Outer Sky and is overseeing the Intent Realm. Old Tao put down the spirit cloud stone and said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Tianshu? Yuan Qi's voice sounded. Tianshu is alive? He's not weak. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi explained, Tianshu is the same as Lan. They were both strong cultivators of the same era. When they became famous, I was already Sangtian. I even gave them some pointers. I didn't expect them to go to Sky Beyond Sky many years later. Old Tao said respectfully, Lan is the Grand Chief of the Sky Beyond Heaven. Tianshu is one of the powers that protect the Sky Beyond Heaven. They are both powerhouses that have crossed the bitter adversity. Lu Yin was puzzled. The purple Tianshu protects the Outland? Yes. Then why didn't the purple Tianshu come out when I attacked in the Sky Beyond Heaven? Old Tao was stunned. He really did make a move. This head of the family was too vicious. This I don't know. Lan had said that she belonged to the realm beyond heaven, and she belonged only to the realm beyond heaven. That was why she had not allowed Lu Yin to carve any words. Even if Yu Sangtian had agreed to it, she would have stopped him. However, the realm beyond heaven did not belong to her, and she might not have had the right to make Tianshu take action. Yu Sangtian was very clear that Tianshu could not stop him, so he personally stopped him at the last moment. Whether Tianshu made a move or not, it didn't mean much. Now that Tianshu was overseeing the Intent Realm, it was not important whether Wu Wei returned or not. Allowing Wu Wei to leave was probably to guard against Lu Yin. No one could say for sure whether the Boundless Universe and the Consciousness Universe had joined forces or not. Even Foolish Old was not that confident, even though he believed that the Tianyuan Universe should choose the path that he had given them. Now things were a little troublesome. The 36 filaments had sent the consciousness life forms into their intent realms, so how was Lu Yin going to snatch them? Lu Yin knew that once he made a move he would definitely alert the enemy, but he had to hit this grass at least once. The consciousness that he had just absorbed had been replenished somewhat, but it was still not enough. He wanted to merge with Wu Wei's body and see Wu Wei's memories, not just those consciousness life forms. The reason why he had not destroyed the Heavens Craftsman realm and the other filaments was because he did not want to hit the grass too hard. He had not expected the 36 filaments to be so afraid that they would all run away after a light hit. Had no one thought of using those consciousness life forms to attract the consciousness life forms hidden in the spiritualized universe to rescue them? This should be the most basic method. Lu Yin had underestimated the power of this grass attack because he did not understand the spiritualized universe. The Heavens Craftsman realm and the Arc realm were second only to the 7 great powers in the 36 filaments. Only the Spirit Treasure realm and a few other realms could compare to them because they were very useful. This was especially true for the Heavens Craftsman realm, which was known to be invulnerable and able to withstand Xianxia's attacks. Although this was an exaggeration, it also proved that the Heavens Craftsman realm was confident in their own defenses. After all, there were only 7 spiritualized Xianxians. Even if there were other experts comparable to Xianxian, how could they possibly act against the Heavens Craftsman realm? Were they not afraid of the realm beyond heaven? No matter how exaggerated the Heavens Craftsman realm's strength was, no one could prove it. Mia Wuhuang's attack had caused the atmosphere in the Heavens Craftsman realm to change, and this was also the reason why the Heavens Craftsman realm's pride had been shattered. But who was the other party? It was Mia Wuhuang, and he was definitely a powerhouse on the same level as the Xianxian. Otherwise, how could he have broken through the Heavens Craftsman realm's defenses? This kind of defense had actually been easily broken through by the consciousness life forms, who had plundered the 5 filaments in an extremely short amount of time. This was no longer as simple as being on the same level as the Xianxian. There might even be 2 Xianxian powerhouses on the same level. How could the other 36 filaments dare to resist such an enemy? It was precisely because they had thought that the realm beyond heaven might be planning to use their consciousness life forms as bait to attract the attention of such a powerful enemy that they had immediately sent all of their consciousness life forms into their domain. This way they wouldn't have to act as bait, and it would also lessen the crime of hiding consciousness life forms, so why not? They weren't fools. To be able to stand out from countless parallel spacetimes and become one of the 36 filaments, they might not be very strong, but that was only in Lu Yin's opinion. In reality, compared to the Tianyuan universe, the overall strength of the 36 filaments was much stronger. As for the consciousness life forms hidden in the spiritualized universe, what did that have to do with them? They didn't have the ability to resist them. The spiritualized universe seemed like a single entity, but it would never be a single entity. Lu Yin often considered the spiritualized universe as a whole, which led to a misunderstanding. If he hadn't been dealing with the Heavens Craftsman realm and had been dealing with an ordinary domain, this might not have been the case. But then he wouldn't have been able to steal that many consciousness life forms, and if he wanted to steal more, he would likely have to face enemies at the level of Xianxian, which would be even more strenuous. He might even attract Xianxian's attention and expose the fact that he could absorb consciousness. Now that so many consciousness life forms had been gathered into their domain, it would be impossible for the realm beyond heaven to use them as bait. It would be too obvious, and it would also be impossible for them to send these consciousness life forms back. Lu Yin had stolen the consciousness life forms of the 5 filaments, which disgusted the realm beyond heaven and also disgusted Yu Xiantian. Yu Xiantian hadn't expected the spiritualized universe to be hiding consciousness life forms. They definitely weren't hiding in the spiritualized universe, or else Yu Xiantian would definitely have been able to find some clues. Even if they were hiding in eternity, he would still be able to detect them occasionally. No matter what, these consciousness life forms couldn't have surpassed eternity. They were definitely hiding in a parallel spacetime. The spiritualized universe was becoming more and more unstable. It seemed like he would have to deal with this batch of consciousness life forms before he could conquer the consciousness universe. Otherwise, if all the experts left, the spiritualized universe itself would be in danger. Lu Yin went into seclusion again, as he didn't believe that all of the consciousness life forms had lost their domain. There had to be some that were still hiding. Even though there were few of them, many little drops made an ocean. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Lu Yin used his consciousness to roll the die and rolled 6 pips 3 times. The first time he fused into the body of a consciousness life form in the realm of intent, and he saw many consciousness life forms below his domain. The number was comparable to the number of consciousness life forms in the realm of intent. Although their levels were a bit low, if he could absorb these consciousnesses, Lu Yin's consciousness would become even more majestic. Unfortunately, he couldn't snatch them. The second time he fused into a consciousness life form. This consciousness life form wasn't in the realm of intent as it had been branded. It was all alone and had no value. The third time was a bit more valuable as Lu Yin finally fused into a sect that was hiding consciousness life forms. This sect was hiding a few consciousness life forms, but it was better than nothing. Lu Yin made a mental note of it and didn't try to snatch them yet. There were still less than 4 months before his duel with Emperor Wu. Lu Yin continued to roll the die and there was no one to disturb him. Another 2 months quickly passed and he rolled 6 pips 5 times. This was even more than before and he could be considered lucky. Of these 5 times, 3 of them were consciousness life forms that had brought him value, while the other 2 were consciousness life forms that had been branded. Lu Yin walked out of Boundless and used the same trick again, using his consciousness to snatch consciousnesses. This caused another uproar in the spiritualized universe, and it also forced the powers that had been hoping for a fluke to send their hidden consciousnesses into the realm of intent. Zhou Xian was the happiest of them all, as the realm of intent didn't have any consciousness life forms. Now there were suddenly so many and they were all controlled by the Qi family. This was the first time that Zhou Xian had tasted true control over a realm of intent. Zi Tianshu was only responsible for overseeing the realm of intent, and she didn't participate in any of its matters. Unfortunately, Wu Wei had left and nobody knew where he was hiding. Lu Sangtian had his eyes on Wu Wei, but Yu Sangtian didn't care. If Wu Wei was still around, then the realm of intent would truly be a realm of intent. Within the time-stop space, the consciousness life forms that Lu Yin had captured recovered for a year. Just like the previous batch, they wanted to leave, but they were ultimately absorbed by Lu Yin. Unfortunately, they were far inferior to the previous batch. If he could absorb Wu Wei's consciousness, Lu Yin's consciousness would definitely transform once more. Wu Wei would be a consciousness life form at the level of bitter adversity. He looked up again and watched the die slowly spin. It was time to look for Wu Wei. Over the past few months he had constantly searched for Wu Wei and fused with consciousness life forms, so he was already very familiar with them. He had also replenished his consciousness twice, which should be enough to make up for the time he had spent searching. As long as he could find Wu Wei, he didn't need to fuse with him for too long. He just needed to see his memories once and that would be enough. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tapped out, watching the die spin. This scene had happened far too many times in the Tianyuan universe, and it was about to begin in the spiritualized universe as well. Once, twice, thrice, and on his 4th roll he rolled 6 pips. This time Lu Yin planned to look for Wu Wei. Even if he had to spend a long time in this dark space, it would be fine as long as he could find Wu Wei. Chapter 3603. Lu Yin's consciousness continued to travel, and every time he did so he would consume a large amount of his consciousness. Lu Yin's heart ached, as it was too difficult to replenish his consciousness in the spiritualized universe. If he went to the consciousness universe, his consciousness would definitely transform. Yu Sangtian was leading the 7 Sangtians to the earth of Yi, and Lu Yin would definitely go as well. He wondered if he could use the consciousness he absorbed to suppress Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin thought about it as he continued to travel. From time to time he would see barriers that led to a parallel universe. Suddenly Lu Yin looked in a certain direction in shock. There was also a barrier there, but on the other side were countless balls of light of various sizes. How could there be so many? Each ball represented a consciousness life form that could be fused with, but how could there be so many of them? This far exceeded the number of consciousness life forms that he had seen in his first intent realm. Lu Yin hurriedly rushed over and used his consciousness to break through the barrier and fuse with one of the balls of light. This one was the brightest of the bunch, but it was still rather dim in Lu Yin's eyes. At most, it would correspond to a star realm consciousness life form. He desperately wanted to know what was going on. When he opened his eyes, everything around him became clear. Consciousness life forms would not have eyes unless they took the initiative to transform into a certain form. They were just a ball of consciousness that ordinary people could not see. The consciousness life form that Lu Yin had fused with had taken the initiative to transform into a human. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were people everywhere. This was a planet with advanced technology and there were spacecraft taking off into the distance from time to time. There were also spacecraft landing from time to time. He looked around in a daze. There were people everywhere, but most of them were consciousness life forms that stayed with real humans on this planet that had yet to develop a cultivation civilization. My lord, the news has been confirmed. All of the people hidden by the 36 filaments have been sent to their intent realms. It was a woman with a sweet appearance, but who would have thought that she was also a consciousness life form? These consciousness life forms had all taken the initiative to transform into human form. Memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, and he calmly looked into the distance as he gradually understood. These consciousness life forms had been sent to the spiritualized universe for countless years. The spiritualized universe had created battleships and taken the initiative in battle. They believed that they had complete control over the rhythm of the battle and could fight or retreat as they pleased. However, the consciousness universe was not stupid and had used various methods to send these consciousness life forms to the spiritualized universe. Some sentient beings spent a long time to come from the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe. Ancestor She was such an example. There were also some sentient life forms that relied on various methods to arrive on the battleships of the spiritualized universe. For example, some pretended to surrender, some were captured, and even more took advantage of human greed and pretended to surrender. They avoided the heavens beyond heaven and finally escaped from the spiritualized universe. The consciousness life forms hidden in the 36 domains were all like this. Although the sky beyond heaven knew that they were hiding consciousness life forms, they had a tacit understanding. Some of them could escape halfway and some could kill their masters directly. Because hiding consciousness life forms was a crime, they suppressed it and did not expose it. Over time, more and more sentient beings escaped, and finally, under the lead of some sentient beings, they hid in a parallel universe. There were many consciousness life forms that had been branded on this planet. The reason why there were so many conscious life forms was because it had been too long. Moreover, conscious life forms were different from humans. Their existence could be so long that people thought they were immortal. Time was just a number to them. The consciousness life forms that they brought along had a mission in themselves. They had to hide and wait for an opportunity to counterattack the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The consciousness life form that he had fused with was the ruler of this universe. It was a star realm consciousness life form, and there were many similar parallel universes that hid consciousness life forms. They had been accumulated over countless years and were waiting to counterattack the spiritualized universe. Why hadn't the spiritualized universe found them? Because the parallel universes they hid in were not connected to the spiritualized universe. There were too many parallel universes, and even Xianxia could not see through all of them, just like how Lu Yin could not see through all of the parallel universes of the Tianyuan universe. It was impossible to find any hidden consciousness life forms in these parallel universes, and it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Yin had used his Dai's 6 pips to search for dark spaces many times, but this was the first time he had encountered such hidden consciousness life forms. It was even more impossible for the spiritualized universe to find them. To these sentient life forms, this place was equivalent to the consciousness universe. In particular, they had deliberately lived together with humans in this parallel universe. Even if the spiritualized universe discovered them, they would not be able to immediately detect any problems. They had time to leave, and tearing through the void to escape was just a matter of moments. "Pai Lord." The woman behind him was puzzled. Lu Yin waved a hand. The woman respectfully retreated. The sentient life forms had joined forces here because they had no choice. Without the spiritualized universe as a powerful enemy, the consciousness universe itself would not be peaceful, and they would never consider each other to be of the same race. The phrase "of the same race" was laughable in the consciousness universe, but it had to be said here. Lu Yin continued to read through the memories of the spiritualized universe, and he knew that there were no less than 10 parallel universes. The number of hidden consciousness life forms was dozens of times greater than the number of consciousnesses in the intent realm. However, this number was still too small compared to the spiritualized universe. Their true confidence lay in the 13 celestial phenomena. There were 13 celestial phenomena hidden in these parallel universes, and there were 2 of them. This was something that the spiritualized universe definitely did not know about. They had been waiting for Yi Meng to attack the spiritualized universe, but Yi Meng had actually pretended to join them. Lu Yin laughed, but he was not laughing at the consciousness universe. Even though 13 celestial phenomena were far from being a match for the spiritualized universe, the spiritualized universe was completely unaware that the consciousness universe had been waiting for this opportunity. They were too arrogant, and it was as if they looked down on the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin was laughing because the spiritualized universe had stood at a high position for too long and could not see the hidden dangers. This was no different from when the above heaven sect had been schemed against by the Eternals. The consciousness universe had used their advantage of not fearing the passage of time to the fullest. Did the spiritualized universe know that the sentient life forms had escaped? Of course they knew and they had searched for them. However, as time passed they could not find anything. Especially when one generation died, the next generation would forget about this matter. Generation after generation, even if only a small group of sentient life forms escaped in each generation, they would still accumulate many more. On the surface, the consciousness universe could not defeat the spiritualized universe, so they would use their advantage to whittle them down until the spiritualized universe forgot about their existence. When the spiritualized universe ignored them, it would be time for them to show their fangs. Yi Meng was their opportunity, and they had long known that Yi Meng would come to the spiritualized universe. In that case, Yi Meng had been captured on purpose. Why? Lu Yin thought of the land of earth. Yi Meng had said that the land of earth had lured away Yu Sangtian and the 7 major Sangtians. The spiritualized universe was not stupid, and they would definitely have taken away Wu Wei and Yi Meng. However, they would never have imagined that the spiritualized universe would still have 2 experts at the level of 13 celestial phenomena. Even if they could not defeat the spiritualized universe, they could at least save all the captured sentient life forms and prevent the spiritualized universe from attacking the consciousness universe. As for the consciousness universe, Lu Yin did not believe that the land of earth would be able to defeat them. He exhaled. The spiritualized universe had underestimated the consciousness universe. Foolish old man wanted to unite with the Tianyuan universe and restart the consciousness universe, but he had not mentioned whether or not the consciousness universe would resist. In his opinion, whether or not the consciousness universe would resist was not important, as it would definitely be restarted. Would he know about the sentient life form hidden here? Would he know that 2 of the 13 celestial phenomena had come? Would he know that Yi Meng was pretending to join them? Also, would Wu Wei be pretending to join them as well? Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion. He had seen some of this sentient life form's memories, but it was impossible for him to read all of them. What he had seen was enough. More importantly, he knew how to find that parallel universe. In that parallel universe, only sentient life forms could go to the spiritualized universe, and this was the first time Lu Yin had seen the light of hope in the spiritualized universe. When Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion, the star-ranked sentient life form called the woman over. How is it? The woman was stunned. Sir, what are you asking? The person frowned. Information. The woman was at a loss. Hadn't she already told him? When she saw the dissatisfied expression on Lu Yin's face, the woman did not dare to speak further and reported again. Who is it? How could they be so reckless as to expose our existence? Sir, it should have nothing to do with us. I've already contacted the other parallel universes, but none of them have appeared. Also, only the 13 celestial phenomena can do something like this. It's troublesome now. The spiritualized universe has confirmed the existence of sentient life forms and will definitely search for them. Don't go to the spiritualized universe for now. Understood. On the other side, Lu Yin opened his eyes and finally relaxed. The spiritualized universe had been keeping an eye on Wu Jiang all this time. This was an enemy of the Tianyuan universe and they could attack or not. Lu Yin had been constantly probing the spiritualized universe. It seemed like he did not care and had provoked Yu Sangtian and acted without restraint. In reality, the more he acted like this, the more people did not dare to act. If Wu Jiang had been so cowardly from the start, the spiritualized universe would have already discussed how to deal with him. The pressure on Lu Yin was great. Wu Jiang did not fear death, but he still hoped to bring these people back to their homeworld. The spiritualized universe was like a blade and Wu Jiang was waiting for the blade to fall. But now Lu Yin saw that there was another existence under the blade. The blade had quietly shifted and it might not fall on Wu Jiang's head, especially since he was the only one who knew about this. The spiritualized universe did not know about the sentient life forms' existences, and the sentient life forms did not know that Lu Yin was aware of their existence. The initiative was in Lu Yin's hands. This was going to be fun. Lu Yin closed his eyes and waited for 10 days before continuing to roll his die. There were still 2 months before the battle with Wu Huang. Lu Yin checked the consumption of his consciousness and felt a little helpless. It had consumed more than he had expected, mainly because he had not been able to determine when he would be searching. If he had been able to merge with the sentient life forms as soon as he entered the dark space, he would not have consumed so much. A mere star realm sentient life form had already consumed so much and his target was Wu Wei. After thinking about it, Lu Yin decided to add something. He could make the spiritualized universe think that the sentient life forms were hiding in the dark, but he could also make the sentient life forms think that the spiritualized universe had discovered them and make them more cautious. Chapter 3604. Lu Yin walked out of the boundless boundary and headed towards the outer space of the 36 filaments. After a period of time he arrived at a planet. The people on this planet all cultivated spirit seeds and it bordered the outer space. However, there weren't any powerful people here. On this planet, however, there were people from a parallel spacetime hidden there. Lu Yin could enter that parallel spacetime through these people, the same principle as the Tianyuan universe. Any life form that belonged to a parallel spacetime could find the one they belonged to. None of the consciousness life forms would spiritualize the universe, and the people hidden on this planet didn't know that they were being sent here by a consciousness life form. Everything had been well hidden, but no one had expected Lu Yin to be able to merge with a life form's body. Lu Yin easily found a person and in the next moment he entered a parallel spacetime through that person. This parallel spacetime wasn't the one where he had merged with the consciousness life form, but rather another. If Lu Yin found one, he would be able to find all of them. Although he didn't know how to get to the two parallel spacetimes with 13 celestial phenomenon, as long as he had the time he would eventually be able to find them. However, now was not the time to meet them. Not long after, all of the consciousness life forms hidden in this parallel spacetime disappeared, leaving behind only a ravine and a shattered sky. Lu Yin returned to the boundless boundary. This time he had replenished quite a bit of his consciousness. The quality wasn't as good as the first time he had absorbed the consciousness, but the quantity was more than enough. His consciousness open 9 skies had become much larger, and if he could absorb all of the hidden consciousnesses, it would expand by at least several times. These were just the hidden consciousness life forms. If he went to the universe of consciousness, he believed that his consciousness would definitely undergo a transformation. Perhaps his consciousness could become the first power to directly resist Xianxia. After replenishing his consciousness, Lu Yin looked up and continued to roll his die. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times he rested for 10 days before continuing. Then he rested for another 10 days before continuing. Lu Yin had experienced this experience far too many times. Ever since he had found out that 6 of the die's innate gifts had come from the 7 heroes, he felt a warmth every time he rolled the die as if they were watching him. At 6, Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he appeared in the dark space. His consciousness stretched out into the distance, not wasting any time. At the same time, in the territory of the 10,000 beasts, the ground that had been destroyed by the previous battle had already been reconstructed, but the marks hadn't been repaired yet. This was an order from Emperor Wu. He wanted to restore the Wu Jiang clan after the battle at the source of the Fu River. If he lost, the humiliation would be left to the later generations until the Wu Jiang clan was defeated. Only then would the humiliation be washed away. The Green Lake was Man Kuei's blood. It constantly intimidated the entire 10,000 beast border, reminding them of how powerful the Supreme Emperor was. Winged butterfly and 9-tailed fox stood by the lake. The wisest thing they had done was not to make a move. In fact, they had almost been bewitched by the old salamander. Do you think Emperor Wu Huang can win the battle in 2 months? Winged butterfly asked. 9-tailed fox was distressed. I can't see through him. Winged butterfly stared at the lake in a daze. The spiritual primordial realm was enough to stand at the peak of the spiritualized universe. After all, how many people could survive bitter adversity? However, at their level they were either in the spirit primordial realm or in the bitter adversity realm. Even if there were only 1 or 2 bitter adversity realm experts in the universe, they would still feel that they were in contact with people of that level. This was the circle. They wouldn't look at anything below this level, just like how there were many beast-shaped spiritual molts looking at them from afar. They were also looking at Xianxia's level. They couldn't see through Emperor Wu Huang's strength. They couldn't see through Lu Xianxia's strength even more, including the old salamanders. I hope Emperor Wu Huang can win. Otherwise, the beast-shaped spiritual molts will be completely suppressed by the human-shaped spiritual molts. Although those people in the Tianyuan universe aren't human-shaped spiritual molts, compared to us they are even more different, 9-tailed fox said. Winged butterfly wanted to say something, but she suddenly looked in a direction. 9-tailed fox looked over at the same time. Her face paled. In an instant the two of them felt like they were being crushed. This feeling came suddenly, but it was not unfamiliar. It was a feeling that only came when facing the pressure of a supreme expert. They had experienced this feeling many times on their path of cultivation, but they rarely experienced it after reaching the primordial realm. Even the bitter adversity realm experts couldn't give them this feeling. However, at this moment, they felt an unparalleled pressure that almost suffocated them. It came from the direction of Emperor Wu Huang. In the distance, Emperor Wu Huang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. He suppressed his brutality, bloodthirst, and surging battle intent. "I've finally succeeded. 2 months. In 2 months, not only will I defeat Wu Jiang, but I will also." He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sky beyond sky. "Challenge him." The ball of light was very conspicuous in this dark space, but because this space was far too large, it could only be seen when one was close enough. Lu Yin saw a ball of light, but there was only one. However, the light was very intense, surpassing that of the consciousness life form from the parallel spacetime that he had merged with. That consciousness life form had been at the star realm, so could this one be at the celestial aspect realm? Lu Yin was puzzled. If it was at the celestial aspect realm, why was there only one? It should be hiding in a parallel spacetime, or it should be hidden by the 36 filaments. There should be many balls of light around it. Filled with doubts, Lu Yin rushed over and merged with it. In that instant, Lu Yin saw a familiar face, so familiar that he almost wanted to grab it. It was Yishang. Lu Yin had never imagined that he would see Yishang the moment he opened his eyes after merging with a consciousness life form. Memories flooded in and Lu Yin understood. So that's how it was. This consciousness life form had been branded and surrendered to Yishang. It had been placed in the Yi family all this time, and Yishang had avoided Lu Yin this time. He hadn't returned to the Yi family, nor was he at the Grand Universal Chamber of Commerce. He had taken this consciousness life form with him before leaving, so it could be considered an errand boy. From the looks of it, Yishang didn't plan on showing himself anytime soon. If not for this consciousness life form, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to find Yishang. Now Lu Yin looked around and realized that this was where he was. It was quite unexpected. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and didn't do anything else. If an Eternal could discover that he could use a turbid treasure to merge with another person's body, then so could Yishang. After all, Yishang was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, so he had to be careful in front of these powerhouses. Lu Yin returned to his body and left the boundless expanse once more. Although he was supposed to be in seclusion, he had already left the boundless expanse many times. Zhen was a mad dog who had once competed with Bao Qi for the position of Xianxia. After his defeat, everyone thought that he was dead, but he had hidden away to cultivate and wait for the next opportunity to compete for the position of Xianxia. Unfortunately, this person's whereabouts had been grasped by Heaven's hand, which had led Lu Yin to defeat him and capture him in the Hell of Appointment platform. Yishang was currently where Zhen had once been hiding. No one would have thought that he would be there. After Zhen had been captured, no one else would go there. After all, it was an ordinary place to begin with, and Lu Yin wouldn't go there. Yishang didn't hide too far away, but he didn't stay close either. The spirit cloud stone vibrated and Yishang connected. Still in seclusion? Yes, it seems that Emperor Wu has pressured Lu Xian. Otherwise he wouldn't be in seclusion. Yishang said, "That's normal. Emperor Wu is extremely strong, especially in defense." Lu Xian must have felt it during the battle at the 10,000 Beasts border. He has no confidence in breaking through Emperor Wu's defense. President Lu Xian has too many tricks up his sleeve. Should we remind Emperor Wu? Yishang said, "It's not our turn. There are plenty of people who will remind him. You don't have to worry about anything, just guard the Chamber of Commerce well." Yes. Yishang put away the spirit cloud stone. Seclusion. It was great that Emperor Wu could pressure him. He wasn't afraid of him being strong, but he was afraid that he couldn't see the end of it. Emperor Wu should be able to fight him. He turned around and saw a giant beast crawling. It was the consciousness life form that had taken the initiative to transform into a giant beast. He had spent a lot of effort to capture this consciousness life form in the consciousness universe, and he had personally branded it. After many years of domestication, he still couldn't feel at ease. The more he fought with consciousness life forms, the more he understood them. Consciousness life forms would never truly submit to anyone. The only way to subdue them was to make them feel that you could control their life and death. It was that simple. The reason why he brought him out this time was because he had almost died during the battle at the border. If he had really died in that battle, No one in the E family would have been able to stop this consciousness life form. He hadn't forgotten how many consciousness life forms had escaped over the years. The consciousness life forms that attacked the Heavens Craftsman realm might have been the ones that had escaped. Humans were forgetful, but he had lived for a long time. "Come here," said Yishang. Not far away, the giant consciousness life form stood up and slowly approached. It lowered its head and looked very obedient. "You can't break through to the celestial level if you're not in the consciousness universe?" asked Yishang. The giant beast nodded. It could speak, but Yishang didn't let it. It could only use its actions to express itself. This was a way to tame it. If someone's consciousness suddenly skyrocketed, what's the reason? "This time you can speak," said Yishang. The giant beast was confused. "Skyrocketed? How?" Yishang's eyes flashed. "From the celestial level to the cosmic level." "Impossible." The giant beast immediately denied it. "Consciousness cultivation isn't easy. Even in the consciousness universe, it's impossible to skyrocket so much in such a short time. Unless what?" asked Yishang. He had suddenly thought of this question. The giant beast was about to speak when its eyes narrowed and it stared behind Yishang. Yishang immediately turned around and his eyes narrowed. He was shocked. Lu Yin looked at Yishang. "It's been hard for me to find you, President Yishang." Yishang's expression turned ugly. How did this person find him? He hadn't told anyone about his whereabouts. Skyhand? Impossible. Skyhand couldn't have been monitoring his whereabouts. "Why are you looking for me, Lu Xian?" Yishang forced a smile and asked. Lu Yin looked at him. "I didn't look for you. I wanted to come here and coincidentally saw you. I'm curious. Why are you here instead of staying in the Grand Domain?" As he spoke, he looked around. "I remember that this is where Zhen cultivates. Could it be that you're old friends with Zhen? Are you here to reminisce about an old friend?" Yishang's mind raced. Was Lu Yin telling the truth? Coincidentally here? What was he doing here? Right, Zhen was still in his hands. Could it be related to Zhen? Chapter 3605. If it was really related to Zhen, then Lu Yin was really unlucky. He was not familiar with Zhen, and he had thought that Lu Yin would not come here again. He had not expected to be discovered. Lu Yin looked at Yishang in amusement. "What are you thinking? If you don't want to answer, then forget it." Yishang looked at Lu Yin and smiled bitterly. "Since Lu Xian saw it, then I'll tell him the truth. I'm here for a bet." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Even he was interested in this excuse. "The bet?" Yishang said seriously. "Lu Xian and Emperor Wu Huang are about to fight at Fu Huyuan, and this battle has attracted the attention of the entire spiritualized universe. The Chamber of Commerce has set up a bet to make a profit. Please forgive us, Lu Xian." Lu Yin was curious. "Continue." Yishang said, "Since there's a bet, there's naturally a condition. I'm not only here, but I'll also look at the traces of Lu Xian's battles along the way. I'll try my best to deduce the process of this battle and divide it into several bets. For example, when the battle begins, what will Lu Xian's first move be? Will it be consciousness or physical strength? Or some battle technique? What will Emperor Wu Huang's first move be?" Lu Yin smiled. This old man was indeed a businessman. He had thought of this in an instant. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce will inform Lu Xian in advance. If he minds, then forget it. "No, I don't mind at all. Lu Xian is still the magnanimous one. Although I don't mind, since he's using me as a bet, he should at least give me some benefits." Yishang smiled. "Of course. 10% of the profits will go to Lu Xian. Although it was only 10%, it was still a huge number compared to the entire spiritualized universe. Bets were a topic that would never decline. The Chamber of Commerce had done this many times, but they had never given any benefits to the combatants. This was the first time. Lu Yin asked, "What about Emperor Wu Huang?" Yishang said, 10% as well." Lu Yin shook his head and raised 3 fingers. "This much?" Yishang was stunned. 30%? Smart. Yishang subconsciously wanted to refuse. If they gave him 30%, then what was the point of setting up a bet? But he suddenly remembered that this was just an excuse for him to come here. There was no real bet. The Chamber of Commerce had indeed opened many bets, but none had ever involved Xianxia. They were afraid of causing conflict, so no one dared to make a joke out of Xianxia. He had just thought of it on a whim. 30% was a lot. When the time came, he would just open a bet for him. The most important thing was that he would not be targeted by Lu Xian. Yishang pretended to be in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, since Lu Xian has spoken, the Chamber of Commerce is willing to do it for free." Lu Yin smiled, "I won't let you do it for free. After all, you'll get 40%. Yishang was stunned. 40%? Didn't they say 60%? Right, give me Wu Huang's share as well. He won't refuse. Yishang stared blankly. Wu Huang's share for you? Also, even if Wu Huang's share is given to you, Lu Xian, you will only get 40%. Lu Yin smiled. I've already gotten 30%, but you're only giving Wu Huang 10%. Aren't you afraid that he'll destroy your grand entirety domain? As for whether he's willing to give it to me or not, you don't have to worry. I'll make him willing. Looking at Lu Yin's smile, Yishang suddenly forgot how to continue. This was just an excuse, but even so it was too much. The Chamber of Commerce had worked so hard to open a bet, bear the risk and give Lu Yin 60% of the profits. Wasn't this a joke? If word got out, the Chamber of Commerce, how could they do business? Yishang's dignity would not allow such a thing to happen, but he could not refuse either. For a moment he was speechless. Imaginative Chinese network. Lu Yin smiled happily. The Chamber of Commerce really knows how to do business. You came up with such a profitable idea in the blink of an eye. Right, if there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. I won't refuse any spirit seeds. Yishang was speechless. He did not dare to say that he wanted Lu Yin to lose. I'm just curious. If this is successful, how many spirit seeds will I get? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Yishang said bitterly, probably tens of trillions. Pa, not bad, not bad. Lu Yin raised his hand and patted Yishang, looking very happy. Yishang suddenly retreated and the consciousness life-form beast stood in front of him. It stared at Lu Yin and growled. Lu Yin raised his hand in the air and his face darkened. He looked at Yishang. What's the meaning of this, President? Yishang glared at the beast and growled, how dare you? Lu Xian is not someone you can threaten. Back off. The beast growled again and slowly moved aside. Yishang smiled apologetically at Lu Yin. I'm really sorry. This beast is sometimes violent and even dares to threaten me. I subconsciously backed off just now to prevent being bitten by this beast. Lu Yin's gaze fell on the beast. Is that so? A consciousness life form can be violent? I heard that consciousness life forms are emotionless. Yishang said solemnly. Lu Xian may not know this, but when a consciousness life form takes the initiative to transform into a certain form, over time, its temperament will also change. If that's the case, do you want me to help you kill this guy? Lu Yin spoke in a low voice, but his words were filled with killing intent that caused both Yishang and the beast to feel a chill. The beast was terrified and retreated. It did not dare to provoke this human, but it had subconsciously blocked Yishang's path. This was the result of many years of taming, and if it had a choice, it would not have done such a thing. This human brought it extreme danger, even more so than Yishang and the 13 celestial phenomena. This human was extremely powerful. Yishang sighed. Thank you for your kindness, Lu Xian, but this beast has been with me for a long time and I can't bear to part with it. Please reprimand it more in the future. Lu Yin grunted and looked at Yishang again. Then I won't be a busybody. If it dares to bare its teeth at me again, I'll kill it. The beast lowered its head, not daring to raise it again. Yishang hurriedly agreed. Rest assured, Lu Xian, it won't dare to do so again. Lu Yin smiled again. This bet is huge, so it must be a big deal for the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, Lu Xian, don't worry, I'll do my best. Yishang just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Lu Yin was satisfied, but he was still worried. This is such a big deal, what if there are accidents? There won't be any accidents. If there are, the Chamber of Commerce will take responsibility. Yishang promised, but his heart was bleeding. As Lu Xian, he no longer cared about monetary gains and losses, but he could not accept being forced to give up such a huge profit and make such a promise. Even if there were accidents, what did it have to do with Lu Xian? He did not invest in anything and was taking 60% of the profits for free. Yet he still wanted a guarantee. This was too much. However, Yishang had no choice but to follow Lu Yin's request. Lu Yin was still worried. President, please don't think that I'm long-winded. After all, this is a big deal and even Xianxia might not be able to see so many spirit seeds in his lifetime. I have to be careful. How about this, make an oath? Yishang's face twitched. Oath? Lu Yin was very serious and raised his hand. Yes. Clap your hands and swear that there won't be any accidents. Yishang's expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin deeply. What did this person mean? Did he really care about the spirit seeds, or was he using this opportunity to capture him? If it had been someone else, Yishang would not have hesitated and would have turned to run. After all, no one at his level cared so much about money. However, Lu Xian was an exception. He had mobilized resources several times for the sake of the spirit seeds. Yishang was very clear about this person's thoughts. He wanted to collect spirit seeds and limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. Thus, he could not figure out what Lu Yin meant at this moment. If this person really cared about the spirit seeds, Yishang could at most make an oath and give him some spirit seeds to deal with this matter. However, if he guessed wrong and this person used the opportunity of making an oath to capture him, then it would be over. However, if he did not make an oath, this person would not give up. Once his attitude changed, he might even attack. Yishang's expression changed. His biggest doubt now was that if this person wanted to capture him, why did he not attack him directly? He should have the confidence to defeat him. Could it be that he knew about that thing? Opposite him, Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at Yishang. Why? Are you unwilling? Lu Yin wanted to capture Yishang. He cared about the spirit seeds, but that did not prevent him from capturing Yishang first. After all, if there was a bet, the Chamber of Commerce could still handle it without Yishang. However, Yishang was related to the third key. He was confident that he could easily defeat Yishang, but he was not confident that he could capture him. This was because Yishang had a turbid treasure. During the battle at the border, the Grand Universal Territory had been defeated, and only 2 people had escaped. One was Sandao, who had escaped from the beginning and was considered fast. The other was Yishang, who had relied on a turbid treasure. Even the progenitor had not been able to capture him. In the end, he had only managed to bring back the sequence foundation of the sealed world. In the progenitor's words, he could not even see Yishang's back. Lu Yin had always kept this in mind. If Yishang could escape from the progenitor, he could also escape from him. The only chance was to capture him at close range. He had wanted to pat Yishang's shoulder with the excuse of laughing, but Yishang had avoided him. Now Lu Yin had no choice but to force Yishang and see if Yishang dared to approach him. The two looked at each other. Yishang stared at Lu Yin, trying to see through him, but he could not. The more they looked at each other, the greater the pressure he felt. Unknowingly, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. What are you hesitating for, President? Were you just trying to fool me with everything you said before? Lu Yin pressed. Yishang's voice was hoarse and deep. Lu Xian, the Gate of Arts and the Wisdom Kong territory are all partners. I will not lie to you. It's just a few trillion spiritual seeds. Even if we can't make a bet, the Grand Universal Territory's Chamber of Commerce can still afford it. Please believe me, Lu Xian. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. I believe you, but I don't believe in the Wisdom Kong territory and the Gate of Arts. Yishang was puzzled. Why? That old thing has schemed against me several times. The Gate of Arts has also rejected my visits several times. They are not sincere, Lu Yin said bluntly. Yishang said, this has nothing to do with me. The Grand Universal Territory's Chamber of Commerce will not betray Lu Xian's trust. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm from the Tianyuan universe and I have to be careful with every step in your spiritualized universe. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain resources. This is a rare opportunity and I don't want to give it up. I don't want to make any mistakes. I'll be frank with you. I want to take away the spiritual seeds so that your spiritualized universe will have fewer cultivators. The more spiritual seeds there are, the better. After the battle with Sovereign Wu, I will go to the sky beyond heaven and uproot that tree. If you help me get the spiritual seeds, I will remember your kindness. Chapter 3606. Yishang gritted his teeth. I told you that I wouldn't make a mistake. It's just a few trillion spirit seeds. I don't believe you. How about I give them to you now? Sure, give them to me. Yishang looked at his cosmic ring. I'll go to the Grand Domain and ask the Chamber of Commerce to give them to you. Let's make an oath. What do you mean by that? Go to the Grand Domain and give them to me. I don't trust you. Let's make an oath. Yishang gritted his teeth. I'll go now. Swear. Yishang was bitter, but he understood that this person wanted to capture him. Lu Sengnan, since you're forcing me like this, I'm sure you didn't come here by accident. You must be looking for me. Lu Yin shook his head. If you're alone in another universe, you'll be surrounded by enemies and you'll understand why I'm being cautious. Besides, why would I look for you? Yishang looked at Lu Yin. We're both smart people, so there's no need to beat around the bush. There will definitely be bets and Lu Sangtian's share will definitely be there. I'm leaving now, so please don't stop me. He then began to retreat. At the same time, the consciousness life form also slowly retreated. Its eyes were filled with vigilance and fear as it followed Yishang. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, you spiritualized universe people aren't trustworthy. Since all of you want to scheme against me, then don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, he took a step forward and began to parallel time. Yishang's eyes narrowed and he grabbed the beast with one hand before taking another step back. This step alone caused him to disappear. Lu Yin stared at the empty space in a daze. He had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't the distance but rather the space. He had probably gone to another void. Even someone at Lu Yin's or the primogenitor's level would have to go through the process of tearing through the void in order to travel to a parallel universe, no matter how short the process was. However, Yishang had just skipped this process and disappeared without a trace. Was this the power of his turbid treasure? No wonder the primogenitor had said that he couldn't see Lu Yin's back. However, the beast had seen it. There had been a beast between Yishang and himself, and that beast had been 5 meters away from Yishang. His goal wasn't to catch Yishang, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to do so. Instead, he wanted to get closer to the beast and see how Yishang had left. He hadn't been able to find any memories of Yishang's turbid treasure when he'd first entered the beast's body. It seemed that Yishang was also on guard against this sentient life form, but things had been different just now. Yishang had been wary of Lu Yin, so he wouldn't have paid much attention to the beast. In that situation, he wouldn't have been able to perfectly avoid all eyes. Even though he was able to avoid Lu Yin's gaze, he couldn't avoid the beast's. A 5-meter radius allowed him to merge into the beast's body. The moment Yishang fled, he saw that it was a small wing-like object that seemed to be made of wood. Yishang had used this wooden wing to instantly disappear. That wooden wing was a turbid treasure. Turbid treasures were the most miraculous items in the universe. They were beyond common sense, and even the primogenitor and Mr. Mu could not explain them. The only true God had done everything he could to steal the turbid treasure. Yishang's strength was mediocre, but he had relied on a turbid treasure to escape right under the noses of the primogenitor and Lu Yin. One could imagine just how powerful a turbid treasure was. The wooden wings were probably used to escape. With the wooden wings, it would be very difficult to catch Yishang. The problem now was to find him. Yishang sighed in a strange parallel universe and looked down at the wooden wings in his hand. He would not have used the turbid treasure unless he had no other choice, but he had no other choice. He had accidentally found this turbid treasure, and it had saved his life many times. Without it, he would not have been able to leave the Grandmaster domain, let alone obtain the position of Sang Tian. He was a merchant who was not good at killing, but he had become Sang Tian. He had experienced far more difficulties than others could imagine. Putting away the wooden wings, the beast growled from the side. Yishang was not in a hurry to return. Instead, he kept thinking about how Lu Yin had found him. He had not left behind any clues and no one knew where he was. How had Lu Yin found him? Could it be that when Yishang had taken out the spirit cloud stone, the only change was that Rong Xiang had used the stone to contact him? Could Lu Sangtan have used the stone to find him? Although Yishang wanted to hide from Lu Yin, he could not be at ease until he found out how he had been found. Who could guarantee that Lu Sangtian would not be able to control him when he found him again? Yishang had to take advantage of the fact that Lu Sangtian could not capture him to find out the reason. An hour later, Yishang returned to the spiritualized universe. He did not return to the 100 Herbs region, but instead rolled his die nearby. There was still more than a month before his battle with Emperor Wu, and there was no point in returning. Rolling the die would be more helpful. How many sentient life forms were there in the spiritualized universe? How many sentient life forms were there in the parallel universes? What were they thinking? After hiding for so many years, what had he seen and what had he learned? This was a shortcut for him to see the spiritualized universe. He had not been able to do it before, but now he could. This opened the door to a new world for him, and the feeling of being omniscient and omnipotent returned. Unfortunately, It would be perfect if he could fuse it with the spiritualized universe's cultivators. However, this was impossible as the cultivation method of a spirit seed could not be fused. Every individual was a different life form. Lu Yin sometimes wondered if the spiritualized universe's cultivators were still humans. They relied on spirit molts to become humans or beasts, which gave them an advantage in terms of cultivation. They could make their own choices, but were they still pure humans? In the Tianyuan universe, humans had relied on willpower and tempering to surpass the astral beasts, allowing them to reach the peak. However, in the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin could not see such tempering. Instead, he saw assimilation. Humans could spirit molt into beasts, which was essentially the same as humans becoming corpse kings of the Eternals. Whether it was astral beasts or corpse kings, they were no longer humans. With complicated thoughts, Lu Yin tapped his finger. There was no point in thinking so much, so he rolled his die. A month was too short for cultivators, and many people had already gathered at Fu Heyuan to wait for the battle. If Lu Yin won, then aside from Yu Sangtian, there would be no one else in the spiritualized universe who could fight him. If Emperor Wu did not win, then the spiritualized universe's attitude towards Wu Jiang would change. A person who had been labeled as invincible would become an ordinary person. No matter how powerful they were, they would still be an ordinary person. An ordinary person who could be touched could be surrounded and killed. In the dark space, Lu Yin saw an orb of light and rushed over to merge with it. He rolled it 4 times, but it did not reach 6 pips. After resting for 10 days, he rolled it 2 more times, but it only reached 6 pips on his 3rd try. He had seen many orbs of light before, but he had passed them all without merging with them. He was now looking for 2 orbs. One was Wu Wei and the other was the astral beast that followed Yi Shang. After searching for a while, he finally found a similar astral beast. Only then did he merge with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was indeed the astral beast. Yi Shang was actually in the Grand Domain. Lu Yin had not expected Yi Shang to actually return to the Grand Domain and meet with Zhou Xian. Grand Domain, Bai City. Zhou Xian was shocked. Lu Sengtian found you? Yi Shang's expression was solemn. Tell me in detail what he said and did when he came. Zhou Xian recalled for a moment before slowly replying. Lu Yin withdrew from the orb, and his consciousness returned to his body as he headed towards the Grand Domain. Yi Shang was addicted to hiding under the radar. First it was Jin's cultivation area, and now it was the Grand Domain. Did he think that Lu Yin would not be able to find him? Wait, Lu Yin suddenly paused. No, Yi Shang was not stupid. If this trick had not worked the first time, he would not think that it would work a second time. After all, for a cultivator at Lu Yin's level, it was not difficult to go to the Grand Domain, so why was he still in the Grand Domain and had no plans to leave? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yi Shang was waiting for him and he was looking for a way for Lu Yin to find him. Just like what he had asked Zhou Xian, Yi Shang was also looking for clues. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Yi Shang was not confident that he would be able to immediately react and escape if Lu Yin suddenly attacked, and he could not keep the wooden wing in his hand. That would expose the turbid treasure. The only thing Yi Shang could do was to avoid being found by Lu Yin and find out how Lu Yin had found him. Yi Shang had deliberately exposed his tracks to attract Lu Yin's attention, waiting to see how long it would take for Lu Yin to find him and how he would attack. This was Yi Shang's initiative. At this time the wooden wing would definitely be in his hand waiting for Lu Yin. As soon as Lu Yin made a move, Yi Shang would be able to escape. To Yi Shang, all Yi Shang had to do was reveal himself, but to Lu Yin, every time he searched for Yi Shang he would have to expend a large amount of his consciousness. The gains did not make up for the losses. Unless Lu Yin could catch Yi Shang in one fell swoop. Lu Yin remained where he was, deep in thought. Could he catch Yi Shang? That was impossible. He did not know how to use the turbid treasure, whether or not he had to hold it in his hand. He could not even get close to Yi Shang. After all, Yi Shang was a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, and he would have at least an instant to react to any kind of attack. The only way he could make use of that consciousness life form was to attack him from behind. However, he only had one chance to use this move. If he failed, not only would he never have another chance, but Yi Shang would also suspect that Lu Yin was able to make that astral beast work for him. That astral beast had followed Yi Shang for far too long, and Lu Yin had not even been born at that time. The only way to make that astral beast work for him was to control it. For a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, It was not difficult to think of a certain possibility. It was just like how eternity could have thought of it, but once it was thought of, the fact that Lu Yin had merged with a consciousness life form would be exposed. Lu Yin rubbed his head. How good would it be if Yishang was not a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity? Lu Yin's thoughts were correct. Yishang did not plan on leaving the Grand Universal Domain, and he was waiting for Lu Yin there. Of course, only Rong Xiang knew of his whereabouts. Since he wanted to find out how Lu Yin had found him, he naturally could not let others know of his whereabouts. At the same time, he was also apprehensive. His strength allowed him to react to Lu Yin's sneak attack for a split second, but he did not have the confidence to face a true sneak attack from a powerhouse like Lu Yin. However, this was a risk that he had to take. The Chamber of Commerce had opened a bet on the battle between Lu Yin and Wu Huang. There were all sorts of bets, such as who would make the first move, what the first move would be, what the second move would be, and who would be defeated by the opponent's strength. There were dozens of bets and all sorts of strange things. Chapter 3607. Yishang didn't want Lu Yin to have an excuse to cause trouble for him. This bet involved a huge amount of resources, and he would give 60% of the profits to Wu Jiang. As a businessman, he couldn't lose money, but he had to be clear about the situation. Even if Lu Yin lost, he would still give the money. Yishang was in charge of the general direction, but Rong Xiang was the one to implement it. Yishang had suspected Rong Xiang, but Rong Xiang didn't know where he was either. President, are we really going to give 60% of the profits to Wu Jiang? Rong Xiang was reluctant. Like Yishang, he had reached a high level of cultivation, but because he had been in charge of the Chamber of Commerce for a long time, he had a strong attachment to business. Yes, Yishang said. Rong Xiang sighed. I've never seen a scoundrel like Lu Senggun. He's already become Lu Sengtian, but not only is he taking resources for no reason, he's even doing something close to robbery. Yishang said in a low voice, there's no need to say more. We can earn back the resources at any time, but... Suddenly, his expression changed as the void in front of him was torn apart. A wisp of consciousness shot towards him at an unimaginable speed, passing by Rong Xiang in an instant. Even a spiritual prime like him couldn't react in time, and his eyes went blank. How had he found him? Yishang fled without hesitation, but the next moment, Lu Yin waved his hand and sent a beam of light in reverse. Everything had to be reversed for a second, including his own consciousness. And at this moment he struck out a second time, but in the next instant he pulled back because Yishang was gone. He had escaped without a trace and had not been reversed for even a second. Lu Yin sighed. Unaffected by time, this turbid treasure of his was quite useful. He landed and Rong Xiang collapsed at his feet. His consciousness had penetrated him and he had fainted. The consciousness life form had been taken away by Yishang. It seemed that Yishang was afraid that Lu Yin would kill it. Lu Yin hadn't expected that his threat would save him so much trouble. Otherwise, Yishang would have left the consciousness life form behind, and he wouldn't have been able to find it. There had been no movement this time, and aside from Rong Xiang collapsing, nothing else had happened. Lu Yin thought back to the attack, and Yishang had indeed reacted in an instant. If Xianxia had acted, would he have had the chance? The door was pushed open and Rong Xiang walked in. Grandpa, this is our bet. Rong Xiang's words came to a stop and he looked at Lu Yin's back. His expression changed. Outside the door, a group of cultivators rushed in. Who is it? Rong Hua's face paled and he stared at Lu Yin warily. This person had actually been able to defeat his grandfather, which meant that he was an absolute powerhouse. Rong Hua slowly retreated as he could not face him head-on. Lu Yin turned around. When the cultivators saw Lu Yin, they hurriedly knelt down in shock. Greetings, Lu Sengtian. Greetings, Lu Senggun. Rong Hua was shocked and knelt down as well. Greetings, Lu Sengtian. Lu Yin looked at Rong Hua amused. You've improved a lot. He took a few steps back. Are you planning to escape? Rong Hua trembled, not daring to speak. The light on your body is also gone. Looks like your grandfather taught you. As Lu Yin spoke, Rong Xiang woke up and coughed. He looked up and saw Lu Yin looking down at him. He sighed deeply. Greetings, Lu Senggun. Lu Yin waved his hand. Rong Hua and the others did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly retreated. Only Lu Yin and Rong Xiang remained. Lu Yin walked to the window and looked out at the bustling Bai city. Rong Xiang stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your mercy, Lu Senggun. He didn't. Rong Xiang coughed again and his vision blurred. That consciousness attack had been powerful enough to knock out a spiritual prime like him. Lu Yin had indeed not been merciful. Rong Xiang had relied on himself to survive. No matter what, thank you Lu Sangtian. Even though Rong Xiang knew that Lu Yin had not been merciful, he still had to take the initiative to accept the favor. Lu Yin smiled and looked outside. Bai City is the commercial center of the entire spiritualized universe. How many spirit seeds do you think are traded here every day? Rong Xiang did not know how to answer. Of course he knew how many spirit seeds there were, but what would Lu Sangtian do if he told him? This person had robbed many times and no one knew what he would do next. There are too few bets. Rong Xiang hesitated. What do you mean? Increase the stakes by 10 times. Rong Xiang was dumbfounded. 10 times? 10 times is too much. There aren't that many people participating. Lu Yin looked back at Rong Xiang and patted him on the shoulder. I know you'll do it. Anyway, don't blame me for being hostile if the final profits don't meet my expectations. Rong Xiang's expression turned ugly. This person was truly a scoundrel. Didn't you call me a scoundrel? Thanks for the compliment. Lu Yin smiled. Rong Xiang was shocked. That's not what I meant, Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin left. Rong Xiang stared blankly at the empty space. 10 times the expected profits, all for a single sentence. This person was not a scoundrel but a shameless one. Of course Rong Xiang did not dare say this out loud. Not long after Lu Yin left, Yi Shang returned. Rong Xiang repeated Lu Yin's words and Yi Shang's expression darkened. He glared at Rong Xiang. Watch your mouth in the future. Don't speak nonsense. Rong Xiang regretted it. I understand. Yi Shang felt a headache coming on. How had he met someone like this? This person did not have the demeanor of an expert, and dealing with him was too tiring. Other than this, what else did he say? Rong Xiang recalled everything that had happened after he woke up, recounting everything that had happened. Yi Shang suddenly interrupted. He patted you on the shoulder? Rong Xiang nodded. Yes. No one would forget being patted on the shoulder by someone like Lu Yin. It was too frightening. If Lu Yin attacked, Rong Xiang would not even be able to resist. Rong Xiang had been patted on the shoulder twice, leaving a deep impression. Yi Shang's expression darkened and he glanced at Rong Xiang's shoulder from time to time. Was there a connection? Rong Xiang had patted him twice and he had found him twice, but he did not know where he had been the first time. Unless it was a spirit cloud stone? The universe was unpredictable and no one knew what kind of innate gifts would be born. Similarly, no one could predict what kind of sequence there would be. Did Lu Yin really have the ability to determine his location through a spirit cloud stone? What about the second time? Rong Xiang had patted him on the shoulder and used a spirit cloud stone. Yi Shang felt like he had grasped something. At his level of cultivation he had seen all kinds of strange things in the universe and he believed that it was possible even if there was no trace of it. Yi Shang glanced at Rong Xiang's shoulder again. Don't contact me from now on. You'll be in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Rong Xiang was in a difficult position. What about the bets? Yi Shang felt a headache coming on. Open as many as you can and give all profits to Boundless. I'm afraid it's not enough. Yi Shang was very unhappy and his round face turned square. He turned to leave but suddenly he paused and sighed. Lu Sangtian, you really have your eyes on me. Why? Since he had guessed that Yi Shang was probing him, Yi Shang would definitely come back to look for clues after he left. He would definitely run into Lu Yin when he returned. That was the result. Why are you hiding? Yi Shang frowned. Facing a powerhouse like Lu Sangtian, if I don't hide I won't have the right to speak. Will I have the right to speak if I hide? At least I can talk to Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin smiled. Then guess why I'm looking for you. Yi Shang waved Rong Xiang out and looked into the distance. Smart. If I say I don't have it, would Lu Sangtian believe me? Yi Shang asked in a low voice. He regretted not killing Yu Susu when he had been competing for control of the Chamber of Commerce. If he had known that Yu Ting would give up on Yu Susu, he would have killed her and Yu Ting would have helped him deal with Yu Susu and the others. He would not have exposed the cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed. Yu Susu had not only grasped the cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts, but she had also guessed that the key was in the Chamber of Commerce. I don't believe you. Yishang sighed. I really don't have it. Yususu was the one who told you about the key, right? He's right. The Chamber of Commerce has been searching for the key for many years. The Chamber of Commerce has many people, and there are many people who work for the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce can do many things such as searching for the sequence foundation materials, searching for the key, and even searching for turbid treasures. Readership Network. I found the sequence foundation materials and I obtained the turbid treasure by accident, but I couldn't find the key. Otherwise Xianxia would have taken action. Yususu is not the only smart person in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin asked, if not for the key, why would the School of Arts cooperate with you? What right do you have to help the School of Arts secure Xianxia's position? Yishang replied, I already told you that the Chamber of Commerce can even obtain turbid treasures through the Chamber of Commerce. Although the probability is very low, so low that it's almost impossible, the Chamber of Commerce's value is unimaginable as long as it succeeds once. Lu Xianxia, if the entire spiritualized universe works for you, what can you not have? Lu Yin shook his head. That's not enough. The Chamber of Commerce alone is not enough. Yishang's tone became even lower. If Lu Xianxia doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Lu Xianxia can take everything from me. The Chamber of Commerce, the Yi family, and even Yixia's life and death. However, you can't find me. If you force me to hand over something that is impossible, then you're just making things difficult for yourself. Lu Yin looked at Yishang and felt a little emotional. Why do you think people cultivate? Yishang did not know what Lu Yin meant. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. To climb the untouchable peak and see the scenery that is irresistible. The universe is mysterious, deep, and turbid. The more you cultivate, the clearer you can see. It's too difficult for someone to cultivate to my level. Only I know how difficult it is. However, since I've already reached this level, I should have the authority that belongs to me. I don't need others to give me anything. I just need others to listen to me. Yishang's face darkened. What do you mean, Lu Xianxia? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The key is not in your hands. This is something that you need to prove to me. I'll give you a chance. These words were extremely overbearing, especially to someone who used to be Xianxia. It was even more unimaginable. Yishang's gaze turned cold and a rare killing intent appeared in his eyes. It had been many years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even Yu Xianxia had to maintain a certain level of respect for him. No emperor was overbearing and unreasonable, but even he would not embarrass Lu Yin like this. This was no longer treating him as a powerhouse but as an ant. Chapter 3608. The former Xianxia was now being treated like an ant? This was the biggest joke in the history of the spiritualized universe. Yishang laughed, but it was a laughable laugh. Lu Yin looked at him with a smile. Yishang didn't know what to say at that moment. Being looked down upon by someone like this made it meaningless to say anything. He truly didn't care. He really wanted to ask Lu Yin why he said that. Lu Yin was stronger than him, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight back. I know what you're thinking, but you can listen to me first. After the battle at Fuhyun, you better prove it to me. Otherwise. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yishang. How many times can you escape? He then disappeared. Yishang retracted his gaze. What a joke, this Lu Xianxia really thought he was invincible. Lu Yin dared to compete with Yu Xianxia, so what right did this person have to look down on him? That's right, he's using words to numb me, making me think that he'll only attack me after the battle at Fuhyun. Yishang sighed and shook his head. No matter what, there was still a month before the battle at Fuhyun. It would be very soon and Lu Yin wouldn't appear for a month. Lu Yin looked out at the grand domain. He could find Yishang again, but it would consume a lot of his consciousness. Even if he did find Yishang, he wouldn't be able to capture him. There was still a month before the battle with Wu Huang, and there should be many people gathered at Fuhyun. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and found a quiet place to continue rolling his die. He'd absorbed many consciousnesses hidden in parallel universes, which was why he'd been able to enter the dark space several times. Otherwise, even opening the 9 skies would have been a problem. The only thing that wasted his consciousness was the time he spent searching. Every time he found a consciousness life form, he didn't spend too much time doing so. Even so, a lot of his consciousness had been consumed. This should be his last chance to find Wu Wei as soon as possible. He'd rolled it 3 times before, and the 3rd time he'd rolled 6 pips. This was the 4th time. The die stopped rolling and Lu Yin raised his brows. His luck was so good that he'd gotten 6 pips right away. His consciousness appeared in the dark space and he started to look for balls of light with ease. He passed through the dark space and saw many obstacles. One of them had many balls of light behind it, but he didn't rush over. The Star Realm consciousness lifeform he'd merged with already knew a few parallel universes that had many consciousness lifeforms hidden in them, so there was no need to look for them now. At first glance, it was obvious that this was a hidden consciousness lifeform. His consciousness shuttled back and forth and it was constantly being consumed. The more time passed, the more Lu Yin's heart sank. He calculated how much time had passed and he estimated that he had already used up a lot of his consciousness. If this continued, his consciousness would definitely become unstable. At this moment he saw the barrier. There were many light balls behind it, and one of them was as bright as Yi Shang's giant beast. Was it a star-state consciousness lifeform? There was nothing else he could do. He rushed over and crashed into the barrier. He could only replenish his energy for now. His consciousness seeped in, and when he opened his eyes, it was indeed a human. These sentient beings hidden in parallel universes had all taken the initiative to transform into human forms so that it would be easier for them to fight in the spiritualized universe in the future. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as the memories flooded in. This consciousness lifeform was in a parallel universe, and it didn't intersect with the astrograde consciousness lifeform that he had fused with. This meant that he didn't know everything about this universe, and there were many more hidden consciousness lifeforms than he had imagined. However, there was one similarity between the two lifeforms, which was that they both belonged to the 13 Celestials. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He stood up and headed in a certain direction. Previously, he hadn't wanted to absorb these hidden consciousness lifeforms, as the moment he absorbed too many of them, they would become less useful in the future. But now that he knew the situation, he didn't need to worry too much. There were many more hidden consciousness lifeforms than he knew, and these two astrograde consciousness lifeforms might not know everything. Since that was the case, absorbing a few consciousness lifeforms from parallel universes wouldn't affect the overall situation. 10 days later, Lu Yin absorbed 2 consciousness lifeforms from parallel universes. Not only did this stabilize his consciousness, but it also made his own consciousness even more majestic. When he tried to find a third consciousness lifeform to absorb, he realized that he couldn't find it. He also couldn't find a fourth consciousness lifeform. It seemed that these consciousness lifeforms were connected to each other and were prepared. Their reactions were quite fast. If he really wanted to find it, he would definitely be able to find it. However, 10 more days passed, and the entire spiritualized universe was filled with discussions about the battle at Fu Heyuan. The battle was getting closer and closer and Lu Yin stopped searching. Instead, he calmly found a place to continue rolling his die. 10 more days had passed and the time was just right for him to roll his die. He tapped the die and watched it spin. 1 pip and a useless item fell out. Continue 3 pips, continue 5 pips, continue 4 pips. Lu Yin was helpless as he still had to wait for 10 more days. At the same time, the bets at Fu Heyuan were completely open. The Chamber of Commerce's actions were especially obvious this time. Countless cultivators gathered at Fu Heyuan, waiting for the battle to arrive. Brother, stay away. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. It won't be worth it if you die. This should be far enough. Far? Hee, not enough, far from enough. You won't be able to see anything if you go any further. Compared to your life, is it more important to be able to see anything? During the battle at the abyss of space, I warned others, but unfortunately some people still died because they were too close. Let me tell you, I saw the battle at the abyss of space with my own eyes. That battle was earth-shattering and many people were affected and died. I especially want to remind you that if there are any changes in the void, you should immediately run or crouch down. Don't care about your image. You should know that many respected seniors crouched down during that battle. Is it really that powerful? It's more powerful than you can imagine. Give me some eyes. I wonder who will win, Wu Huang or Third Keeper. No one can say for sure, but the Chamber of Commerce seems to favor Third Keeper. The bets speak for themselves. Look, those from the Myriad Beasts border are looking for trouble. In the distance, a group of cultivators from the Myriad Beast border aggressively smashed the bets and almost broke into a fight. Most of the bets were based on Lu Yin's high chances of winning, which meant that the odds were low. On the other hand, Wu Huang's odds were high, which meant that the main Chamber of Commerce favored Lu Yin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted like this. This was an insult to the myriad beasts border. The General Chamber of Commerce's bets also caused a lot of discussion. Although Lu Yin had made a name for himself in the spiritualized universe, Emperor Wu Huang had been famous for even longer, and he had a record of fighting 3 Xianxias at the same time without losing. Previously, during the battle at the Myriad Beasts territory, Emperor Wu Huang had trampled barbarian Kuei to death and suppressed the old salamander. He had also fought with Lu Yin in a chaotic battle and had not been at a disadvantage. Fu Hian had never been so lively before due to the countless discussions. Many seniors had arrived and were also waiting for that battle. A few days later, the various mountain lords of the Myriad Beasts border arrived, including Winged Butterfly and Nine-Tailed Fox. The moment they arrived, they casually smashed the bets of the Chamber of Commerce, causing the Chamber of Commerce to be angry but not dare to say anything. Rong Xiang did not stop them, as it was normal for the Myriad Beasts border to be angry. In fact, he did not know who would win and who would lose, but he had no choice since the Chamber of Commerce had ordered him to do so. Compared to offending the lawless third keeper, offending Wu Huang was better. At least the Chamber of Commerce had a way to quell Wu Huang's anger. The prerequisite was that Wu Huang could survive this battle. Many spirit molts arrived, and most of them were from the Myriad Beasts border. They all exuded ferocious auras that caused the surrounding people to tremble in fear, and the discussions became much quieter. How pitiful! The Myriad Beasts border once had 7 mountain lords, but now only 2 remain. Sigh. A sigh traveled into the ears of many spirit molts. The spirit molts immediately exploded. Who is it? Get out here. Get out here. Winged Butterfly looked to the other side of Fu Hian and saw a man shaking his head and sighing. His gaze turned cold. Nine-Tailed Fox was surprised. On the other side, the man was surprised. I didn't expect someone to remember me. Long time no see, Brother Winged Butterfly. The surrounding people discussed. What a familiar name. Where have I heard it before? Of course I have. Mr. Zhu, you once scolded Sang Tian. Someone sighed. The people next to him remembered. Him? The Mr. Zhu who scolded Sang Tian and almost entered the black spirit list? Black is black, white is white. Is it that, Mr.? Is it really Mr. Zhu? Mr. Please accept our respect. We are extremely grateful that you stood up for us. Someone was excited. Many people around bowed to the man. The man stopped them. I did not stand up for you. I just couldn't stand it and wanted to vent my anger. Then we have implicated you. Thank you, Mr. On the other side, Winged Butterfly said in a low voice, Zhu, you dare to come out instead of hiding? Do you really think you can sit back and relax after climbing up the Myriad Beasts border? Mr. Zhu smiled and looked at Winged Butterfly. Climbing up is not a good word. I did not join the Myriad Beasts border. I just occasionally help a good friend. The good friend you're talking about is Dancing Butterfly border? Nine-Tailed Fox asked. Mr. Zhu nodded. Yes. A spirit-molted beast growled. So what if you are the Myriad Beasts border? I will tear you apart. Today the Myriad Beasts border must kill the third master. The Myriad Beasts border will not live for long. Another spirit-molted beast growled. The spirit-molted beast was full of hostility toward the Myriad Beasts border. 2 people walked out from behind Mr. Zhu. Oh, who are you showing your anger to? Why do you want to fight? Then come. Who is afraid of who? Winged Butterfly narrowed her eyes. They were a group of powerhouses who could not come out in the open. It was no different from entering the Black Spirit list. If they did not have the Myriad Beasts border, these people would not dare to show their faces. The spirit-molted beast was fierce and cruel. With the Myriad Beasts border in charge, ordinary people did not dare to offend them. Only the 7 great powers or those with the Myriad Beasts border behind them dared to oppose them. Both sides were cursing across the river, but no one made a move. Farther away, Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking nonsense? His burning gaze swept across the cultivators. Many of them had wonderful experiences. He really wanted to collect them. That old guy looks familiar. Old Salamander? Chapter 3609. Zhou Xian rubbed her eyes and stared blankly. Was it really the old salamander? Old salamander? Someone shouted. They found him. Many people looked behind them. The old salamander had a smile on his face. He looked indifferent. On both sides of the river, the people from 10,000 Beast Border and Mr. Juyu looked over. They all stared at the old salamander. This old man dared to appear again? It must be known that the Battle of 10,000 Beast Border was started by this old man. He had instigated many battles. Both 10,000 Beast Border and Wuxiang were looking for him. Winged Butterfly and Nine-Tailed Fox stared at the old salamander. Old man, you still dare to appear? The old salamander looked at them. Do you still remember what I said to you? When my cultivation reaches perfection, I will replace Wu Huang and lead the spirit molts to the next level. You instigated the conflict between 10,000 Beast Border and Wuxiang. You want to replace Wu Huang. This method is too despicable. Winged Butterfly's tone was gloomy. The spirit molts all stared at the old salamander with murderous eyes. The old salamander smiled and shook his head. Wu Huang is the leader of 10,000 Beast Border. That's why you're all hostile towards me. In fact, I'm also a spirit molt. If I want to replace Wu Huang, it has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to be hostile? Wuxiang oppressed 10,000 Beast Border and fought Wu Huang. Even Wu Huang didn't dare to keep Wuxiang. This isn't my spirit molt's courage. How can you tolerate Wuxiang's impudence? These words touched the hearts of many spirit molts. They hated Wuxiang. Wuxiang made 10,000 Beast Border feel humiliated. This humiliation could be seen through the bets of the General Chamber of Commerce. In their understanding, it was because Wu Huang couldn't keep Wuxiang in the Battle of 10,000 Beast Border. That was why everyone was more optimistic about the third leader. At that time there should have been a battle. The spirit molts weren't afraid of death, but Wu Huang retreated. Old man, didn't you run away too? Someone mocked. The old salamander was helpless. Wu Huang cooperated with the Tianyuan universe to kill me. If I didn't retreat, who would lead the spirit molts in the future? You really want to be Xianxia? I can't watch the spirit molts decline. Then fight you, Xianxia. If you win, everyone will listen to you. Not just the beast-formed spirit molt, but the entire spirit universe will be yours. Dancing Butterfly walked out and looked coldly at the old salamander. The old salamander smiled but didn't say anything. Old man, come with us to the boundless boundary, Diawu said eagerly. They knew that Lu Yin wanted to capture the old salamander. Beside the old salamander, a figure walked out and looked down at everyone. It was Meng Xiangtian. Meng Xiangtian's appearance made things even more difficult for Dancing Butterfly. The old salamander was already hard enough to deal with. With Meng Xiangtian joining the fray, there was no way they could win. With the appearance of Meng Xiangtian, the Fu River source calmed down. Meng Xiangtian had appeared in the open, but no one knew if there was another Xiangtian hiding in the dark. Many people did not understand why Meng Xiangtian saved the old salamander. Even the boundless land and the 10,000 Beasts Border couldn't do anything to the old salamander. They could only wait for Wu Huang and Lu Yin to arrive. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few days left before the battle at Fu Huyun. More and more cultivators gathered. Someone claimed to have seen the ninth spirit. There were also people who said that they saw the former Yi Xiangtian. It wouldn't be surprising for anyone to appear. On the other side, Lu Yin waited for another 10 days before his chance to roll the die arrived. He tapped the die and watched it spin. It stopped at 4 pips in the time stop space. After a year it continued at 3 pips, 6 pips and so on. Finally it was time. His consciousness appeared in the dark space. This time Lu Yin was confident. He had to find Wu Wei. The world was unpredictable and Lu Yin couldn't find Wu Wei when he wanted to. He had thought that it wouldn't be so easy this time, but instead he saw a bright ball of light that was abnormally bright. With his current strength, this light was definitely at the level of bitter adversity. The spiritualized universe currently had 2 consciousnesses at the level of bitter adversity. One was Wu Wei and the other was Yi Meng. He hoped that it wasn't Yi Meng. Lu Yin rushed over and fused with her. The moment he did so, he heard a familiar voice before he could even see his surroundings. Are you really not going to work with us? This is your only chance. If you miss it, his life will be taken by Yu Xiangtian. Neither you nor I will have a chance. Lord Qing. The speaker was Lord Qing. Lu Yin's consciousness looked around as memories flooded in. He had fused with Wu Wei's body. He had finally fused with Wu Wei's body. Lu Yin had been worried before as Wu Wei was at the level of bitter adversity. Although Lu Yin's battle prowess was sufficient, his realm was far from enough, especially when he was in a bitter adversity state. Now that he had, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Memories continued to flood in. Wu Wei had lived for far too long and it was impossible to read all of his memories. Lu Yin could only selectively read his memories. At this moment there was no need for Lu Yin to do so. Lord Cheng's words reminded him of what this person had said before, and he also knew where Wu Wei was. Wu Wei was actually at Royal God Mountain. Wu Wei had left the intent domain, and Lu Yin had thought that he was at Sky Beyond Heaven. He had never expected that Wu Wei would actually be at Royal God Mountain, and he had even contacted Lord Cheng. Think about it carefully. You only have a few days left, Lord Cheng said before turning to leave. Lu Yin knew what Lord Cheng had said. Lord Cheng wanted to ally with Wu Wei to deal with Lu Yin after the battle at Fu Huyun. It was just like the battle at Spatial Abyss, when Lu Yin had defeated Bao Qi and attracted many experts. They wanted to do the same thing again. Compared to Bao Qi, Emperor Wu Huang was much more powerful and this gave Lord Cheng a chance. Ever since Wu Wei had arrived at Royal God Mountain, Lord Cheng had been talking about this matter, hoping that Wu Wei would agree. Emperor Wu Huang was the only other person besides Xianxia in the spiritualized universe who could truly fight against Lu Yin. Emperor Wu Huang could definitely force Lu Yin to his limits. This was Lord Cheng's confidence. Emperor Wu Huang could do what Bao Qi could not. He had not completed the encirclement at Spatial Abyss, but he could at Fu Huyun. Lord Cheng was full of confidence when he said these words. However, Wu Wei still did not agree. Lu Yin knew that Wu Wei did not agree not because he did not want to kill Lu Yin, but rather because Wu Wei was too cautious. Wu Wei was a consciousness life form and living was everything. Wu Wei wanted to kill Lu Yin, but he was more willing to watch Lord Cheng and the others make a move than to do it himself. Lu Yin's tyranny and lawlessness made Wu Wei feel a little afraid. He knew that the spiritualized universe's laws could not restrain Lu Yin. He had surrendered to the spiritualized universe and helped its cultivators cultivate their consciousnesses. Xianxia had an important position and no one would do anything to him. However, this did not include Lu Yin. If the encirclement failed, then what awaited Wu Wei was Lu Yin's pursuit. He could not bear such an outcome. Memories continuously surged into Lu Yin's mind, and as he read through them he asked, "Who else?" Lord Cheng stopped and turned to look at Wu Wei. "You don't have to worry about that. In any case, we'll definitely be able to kill this person. I came to Royal God Mountain because you went to Outer Heaven." Xianxia agreed to Tian's request. "Your goal can't be hidden. Since Xianxia is willing to let you kill Lu Yin, why don't you do it yourself?" Lu Yin asked Wu Wei. Lord Cheng did not understand this. He had gone to Outer Heaven to ask for Wu Wei in hopes that Wu Wei would go to Royal God Mountain. This had been a test, and if Xianxia had agreed, it meant that Xianxia would not object to them killing Lu Yin. But if that was the case, why didn't Xianxia do it himself? Was he not confident? That was impossible. Others might not understand, but Lord Cheng knew how terrifying Xianxia was. He thought back to the battle at Royal God Mountain where he had been a witness. If that was the case, why did Xianxia not act? If Xianxia doesn't act, then many people will be apprehensive. If you don't tell me who's going to act, then I won't join forces with you. Lu Yin continued to ask Wu Wei. Lord Cheng's eyes flickered, and he stared at Wu Wei's consciousness for a long time before finally leaving. "If you don't want to join forces, then forget it. Do as you wish." Lu Yin watched Lord Cheng's departing figure. Was he not willing to speak? What was there to be apprehensive about? Lu Yin was not facing Lu Yin but Wu Wei. Lu Yin's consciousness spread out. This was the spirit cosmos, a universe that Xianxia could restart at any time. Even Royal God Mountain did not know that they were considered a fourth universe. Lu Yin had always wanted to find an opportunity to come to the spirit cosmos, but he knew that Xianxia would not let him come so easily. Wu Wei's memories did not contain a method to get to Royal God Mountain, as the entrance was not fixed. Memories continued to pour in, and Lu Yin focused on searching for memories related to Xianxia and the Azure Sword. Lu Yin wanted to find Wu Wei precisely because of the Azure Sword. This was a sword that ignored the process and only severed the results. It was a sword of consciousness, and Lu Yin still remembered how he had felt when he had faced this sword. It was also because of this sword that Lu Yin had seen the wonder of karma. Lu Yin wanted to see that wonder again and compare it to the one he had seen on the day of the tribute spirit. He also wanted to learn the Azure Sword and perfect the 9 Heavens shift. The 9 Heavens shift consisted of first awakening, second undying, third flowing light, fourth limitless, fifth setting sun, sixth overturning heaven, seventh object reversal, and eighth spirit. The first sword of the 9 heavens split. This was the sword above the 9th heaven, the highest level of consciousness sword techniques. If he could perfect it, then he would be able to fully display the 9 heavens shift. Reading memories was not easy, as it was like seeing countless images and experiencing all sorts of experiences. Fortunately, consciousness life forms did not have any emotions and only wanted to survive. They were cold, emotionless, and numb. Suddenly, Lu Yin opened his eyes and they were filled with shock. He had seen the truth behind Wu Wei's capture, and it was a little terrifying. The spiritualized universe had a rumor that Wu Wei had been captured by Sovereign Qi, but this was fake. Sovereign Qi had taken advantage of Wu Wei's injuries to bring him back. The one who had truly injured Wu Wei was Xianxia. Xianxia did not deny that Sovereign Qi had captured Wu Wei in order to establish his domain and elevate Sovereign Qi. Lu Yin had already known about this back then, but he had not taken it to heart. It was normal for Xianxia to defeat Wu Wei, as even Lu Yin himself could defeat Wu Wei. However, the truth was not as simple as Lu Yin had thought. Not only had Xianxia defeated and injured Wu Wei, but he had also killed 3 of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses. That battle had shaken the entire consciousness universe, and it had also been Xianxia's unparalleled battle. The consciousness universe had been forced to flee in that battle, and the 7 Xianxians had not dared to make a sound. That battle had given birth to the unparalleled Xianxia. Lu Yin had seen that battle through Wu Wei's memories. Chapter 36:10. Before the above sky sect, Xianxia had been invincible. He had swept through many powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe and forced Lu Yin to reverse time. At that moment, Lu Yin had felt despair. He had also experienced Xianxia's absolute power, but it wasn't enough compared to what he had experienced in the consciousness universe. In addition to the power Xianxia had used, Xianxia had also used another terrifying power during the battle in the universe of consciousness, the deified sequence. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin had only seen the old salamander and Miao Huang cultivate a deified sequence. Mr. Li's power was similar to a deified sequence's, but it wasn't a complete deified sequence. A deified sequence was a cultivator who had lived for many years and continuously cultivated the sequence. This was the accumulation of time. If the old salamander and Miao Huang could do it, then any powerhouse who had lived for a similar amount of time should be able to do it. It wasn't strange that Xianxia could do it. What truly shocked Lu Yin was Xianxia's deified sequence. It was so powerful that it overturned his understanding of sequence techniques. The old salamander's sequence could seal an enemy's power, and Miao Huang's could form the world's edge mirror to allow him to escape. Xianxia's sequence was eternity. What did eternity mean? Wherever a thought reached, it would never change. That was eternity. In Wu Wei's memories, Xianxia, as a deified echelon cultivator, had killed 2 of the 13 celestial phenomena. In that battle, 5 of the 13 celestial phenomena had surrounded him, but he had defeated them all. The deified echelon cultivators he had used was unstoppable. At that moment, Xianxia had been truly invincible. He had given Wu Wei the feeling that even if the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses worked together, they would still be killed. He had planted a mark of fear in Wu Wei's heart and made the spiritualized universe unable to resist Xianxia. Although the 7 major Xianxia hadn't seen the entire process, the result of this battle was enough to prevent them from facing Xianxia for countless years. They could only run and hide. Before this Xianxia, the 7 major Xianxia hadn't been so obedient. That was why the previous Xianxia had used the name of Supreme Extreme to help them rule the spiritualized universe. In Yu Shan's words, Supreme Extreme was a lie. The previous Xianxia had been afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the spiritualized universe, so he had made it up. But this Xianxia didn't need to lie. He himself was invincible. Lu Yin had witnessed this invincibility. Xianxia didn't use his true strength to deal with the Tianyuan cosmos, because the battle strength he used was already enough. At the same time, Lu Yin also thought of other aspects such as innate gifts. Many people in the Tianyuan universe had innate gifts, and the spiritualized universe was the same. However, because of Spirit Molt's innate gift and weapons, some innate gifts were concealed. Some cultivators had more than one spirit molting innate skill, they themselves had innate skills. Since Xianxia was such a talented person, Lu Yin would rather believe that Xianxia had some sort of innate gift. For example, turbid treasures. Turbid treasures were the most dreadful. No one knew what the turbid treasures were for. Did Xianxia have any turbid treasures? There was no need to even think about it. There was definitely one, and there might not even be one. Wu Wei's memories pressured Lu Yin greatly, allowing him to see Xianxia clearly for the first time. The entire spiritualized universe wanted to see through him, and he wanted to see through Xianxia as well. The Azure Sword. He wanted to see the Azure Sword. A few days passed quickly, and the Fu River source attracted countless cultivators. Under the warning of some people, the cultivators all retreated far away. Because no matter how much he wanted to see this battle clearly, it was still too late. There was a clear distinction between a beast-shaped spirit molt and a human-shaped spirit molt. Wu Zhang's people stood not too far away from the human-shaped spirit molt, but Wu Zhang himself did not appear. This battle could be considered the pinnacle of Xianxia's battle, and it had attracted many powerhouses. Among them there were quite a few decaying auras. It was obvious that some old fellows who were nearing the end of their lifespans wanted to watch as well. If they could comprehend something from the battle and make a breakthrough, they might be able to extend their lives. The entire spiritualized universe fell silent. It was said that the battle would take place half a year after the day of spirit sacrifice, but Wu Huang and Lu Yin had not confirmed the exact date, so everyone still had to wait. The Fu River was an astral river that traversed several domains. Its source was not in the 36 filaments, but rather on a barren land outside of the 36 filaments. This land was uninhabited by humans, and its environment was not suitable for living creatures to live in. Thus, it had not been brought into the 36 filaments. This was the place where two Xianxia had fought to the death. One of them had been the master of that generation's beast-shaped spirit molt. He had been defeated and died here, causing this place to become a place of shame for all beast-shaped spirit molts. Wu Huang had chosen this place to fight with Lu Yin in order to wash away this shame. If he lost as well, then the spirit molt would no longer have any face. Choosing this place also represented Wu Huang's determination to win to a certain extent. No matter how many cultivators there were, they would not disturb the tranquility of the Fu River's source, so they all left the barren land. Everyone waited for a few days or even a dozen days. Everyone was very quiet as they knew that they would not miss this battle. Finally, on this day, a figure crossed the void and landed on the barren land, causing an uproar among the cultivators who were watching. It's the third master. He's here. Wu Huang will be here soon. I thought that Wu Huang would arrive first, but it was Lu Xianxia who came first. Yeah, this third master is lawless and overbearing. I can't believe he's here first. Everyone, don't forget that Wu Huang is just as overbearing as the third master. This reminded the crowd that before Wu Jiang had come to the spiritualized universe, the most overbearing person had been Wu Huang. Compared to Xianxia, who ruled over the spiritualized universe, Emperor Wu Huang was simply brutal and unreasonable. However, because Wu Jiang had repeatedly violated the rules and even provoked Xianxia by declaring that he would carve his name into the Supreme Palace, Emperor Wu Huang had been suppressed. This gave others the misconception that Lu Yin was even more tyrannical than Emperor Wu Huang. Neither of them was easy to talk to. Lu Yin landed on the barren land and looked around. No wonder no one lived here. Old Tao had mentioned the Fu River's source before, and this was a place of shame for beast-shaped spirit molts. Since Wu Huang had chosen this place, it meant that he was confident in winning, so Lu Yin had to be careful. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. His battle with Wu Huang would coincide with the rankings of the two universes' powerhouses outside of the Eternal Realm. Excluding Master Greengrass, the spiritualized universe's strongest powerhouse was Xianxia, and Wu Huang should be ranked below him. In the Tianyuan universe, the strongest powerhouse was actually the only true god or primogenitor, and Lu Yin was second only to them. The spiritualized universe was far stronger than the Tianyuan universe, but there were too many uncertainties in the Tianyuan universe. If Lu Yin's existence was placed in the spiritualized universe, it would be almost impossible to replicate. This was because the unified cultivation model was too clear, and no cultivator would try to walk the same path as someone else. Should fish live in clear rivers or in muddy ones? Clear rivers. Rivers had a good environment, but they were easily seen. Muddy rivers had a bad environment, but no one dared to enter them. Lu Yin looked at the Fu River and saw that everything was clear. On one side of the Fu River's source, many cultivators felt their hearts tighten when Lu Yin looked over. They felt as if they were being watched, as if their entire being was being seen through. Some cultivators immediately retreated. They were all old fellows and they did not want to be seen by Lu Yin. The higher their cultivation, the more they felt as if a disaster was about to befall them. Lu Yin looked to the other side and saw a few old fellows retreating as well. The old salamander sighed. How overbearing, Lu Xian. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the old salamander. You still dare to appear? The old salamander smiled bitterly. Lu Xian, I have no intention of being your enemy. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You used me to deal with Wu Huang and killed my people. Old man, do you think I will let you go? The old salamander sighed. I am willing to use my secret in exchange for Lu Xian's magnanimity. I will dig it out myself. Lu Yin's figure suddenly disappeared after he finished speaking. The old salamander's expression changed and he was about to retreat, but Lu Yin suddenly stopped and reappeared on the barren land. In that instant he felt the divine power. The old salamander had submitted to the one true God. Lu Yin could ignore the old salamander, but he could not ignore the one true God. This old man was definitely not Hunji. Otherwise he would not have submitted to the one true God. But his image. The starry sky exploded, and a palm pierced through the void and grabbed at the old salamander. The old salamander was helpless. I can't even watch you fight. There is no need to chase after me. He then left with Meng Xianxian. The starry sky shook. Wu Huang walked out with a gloomy expression. He would definitely catch this old man. Seeing Wu Huang appear, all the beast-shaped spiritual molts were excited. Greetings, Wu Huang. Greetings, Wu Huang. Greetings. Their voices caused the Fuhe River to boil and the universe to sway. The humans were suppressed at this moment. The moment Wu Huang appeared, his domineering and invincible aura swept through the starry sky, suffocating everyone regardless of whether they were experts or ordinary cultivators. In the battle at the source of the Fuhe River, the two top experts could not underestimate each other. However, both wanted to capture the old salamander at the same time. One had to know that Meng Xianxian was standing beside the old salamander. How much did they not care about this battle? They were not underestimating the old salamander and Meng Xianxian. They were full of confidence for this battle. Everyone focused and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Some even swallowed their saliva and sweat as they looked at Wu Huang. The battle was finally about to begin. Wu Huang stood on the source of the Fuhe River and glanced at all the beast-shaped spiritual molts. Finally he looked at the barren land. He took a step forward and descended, standing opposite Lu Yin. At this moment the cultivators of the 10,000 Beasts border recalled the recent battle. Everyone who had watched the battle at the 10,000 Beasts border suppressed their excitement. That battle had been very sullen. Although the Star Toad, the Desolate God and the Old Salamander had all displayed their peak power, Wu Huang's true strength had not been revealed. At least, the foundation of the sequence had not been revealed. Wu Huang had been preserving his strength. It had seemed like an exciting battle, but half of it had been revealed. The other half had been hidden and now it had finally revealed itself. No one spoke as they all looked at the barren land. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 36:11. On the barren land, Emperor Wu looked at Lu Yin and released the battle intent he had been suppressing. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, turning into a shockwave that distorted the void and tore it apart. Looks like you've been suppressing it for a long time, Lu Yin said. His finger moved and his aura soared into the sky like a giant beast that had been released. It clashed with Emperor Wu's aura. They hadn't even attacked yet, but the two auras had already overturned the Fu River and spread to both sides. The shockwave caused space to become heavy, and it turned into a gale that swept past. Many cultivators felt their aura flow backwards and they almost couldn't breathe. More and more cultivators retreated. They had thought that they were far enough away, but now they realized that they were still too close. They hadn't even started fighting and their auras had already spread to a safe distance. Once they started fighting, who would be able to withstand it? Many cultivators retreated. The Fu River's water turned into raindrops that fell to the ground. They were like rainbow-colored treasures that adorned the sky. Emperor Wu's lips curled up. I've been suppressing it for a long time. Everyone says that you're second only to Xianxia. I'll defeat you in this battle and I'll defeat Xianxia in the next battle. Lu Yin raised his brows. You're really confident. Looks like my guess was right. You delayed until now not because you're afraid of me but because you need to delay for something. Emperor Wu didn't refute. A battle technique. Interesting. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Even with Emperor Wu's strength, there was still a battle technique that required him to delay until now. This battle technique had to be extremely powerful, to the point that Emperor Wu believed that he could defeat both Lu Yin and Xianxia. If this had been before he had merged with an action, Lu Yin wouldn't have thought that Xianxia would be difficult to defeat. After all, Xianxia wasn't an eternal realm cultivator. He was just like Emperor Wu. Since they were on the same level, why couldn't he defeat Xianxia? But now Lu Yin didn't think that anyone in the three universes could defeat Xianxia. Xianxia was too invincible, and just like how the spiritualized universe couldn't see Lu Yin's bottom line, how could Lu Yin fight Xianxia, who had no bottom line? The spiritualized universe's feelings towards Lu Yin were the same as Lu Yin's feelings towards Xianxia. It was an unpleasant feeling. It was no wonder that the spiritualized universe kept trying to find out his bottom line. In the distance, in the eyes of all the cultivators, the two auras were like two monsters that occupied the starry sky and split the universe into two. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. No one dared to approach, no one dared to touch. Suddenly the aura disappeared. Many cultivators narrowed their eyes. They were here. Bunga loud sound rang out, causing many cultivators to cover their ears and wail silently. This loud sound came too suddenly, and the burst of power caused their bodies to resist. This resistance formed a reverse impact in their bodies, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices and their internal organs to rupture. Those whose cultivation levels are lower than the spirit ancestors, step back. Don't court death. Some battles aren't something you can watch just because you want to. You can't even listen to them. Someone shouted. The cultivators retreated like the tide. On the wildlands, Lu Yin and Emperor Wu Huang's fists collided. A loud explosion caused the surroundings to sink into darkness. Emperor Wu Huang's eyes narrowed as his fist continued to crack. His body suddenly transformed. He could not wait any longer. This person was not the toad or the desolate god, nor was he the old salamander. He was a powerhouse with unparalleled strength. Emperor Wu Huang had single-handedly received a full-powered strike from the star toad's steel trident, suppressing the desolate god in his human form. If not for the primogeniture allowing the desolate god to regain the glory of the great desolate scorching sky beast, the desolate god would not even have been able to force Emperor Wu Huang into his beast form. However, even this strength could not withstand a single punch from Lu Yin. Emperor Wu Huang did not hesitate to transform into his beast form. He was 10 meters tall and had a vertical red line on his face that resembled a tear of blood. This was Emperor Wu Huang and this was Ho. His body's transformation caused his fist to grow larger and more powerful as he punched down at Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved his hand and released the starry sky from his heart. Boundless power circulated as his palm realm battle force spread out. He took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. Bang! Another loud explosion rang out as the endless starry sky shattered. Shockwaves of power spread out in all directions, twisting and tearing apart everything in its path. The entire sky trembled. Beneath his feet the wild land shattered. Emperor Wu Huang retreated once more. Although he did not have eyes, Lu Yin could still sense his shock. In this state, Emperor Wu Huang believed that he had surpassed all spiritualized life forms in the universe and stood at the peak of strength. His strength alone was enough to beat the other Sangtiantians to a pulp, but he had still been suppressed. Lu Yin's strength was constantly refreshing his knowledge. That's it. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time and instantly appeared in front of Emperor Wu, kicking out with a single kick. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, exactly the same as when he had destroyed Emperor Wu Huang. However, Emperor Wu Huang was not the same as Lu Yin. He opened his hand and sent a serrated blade towards Lu Yin. The serrated blade was enormous, and its range was large enough that Lu Yin could not kick Emperor Wu Huang. Lu Yin dodged and looked at the serrated blade in front of him. He then turned around and kicked out. Bang! The serrated blade twisted as Emperor Wu Huang reached out from behind it and grabbed Lu Yin's leg, wanting to throw him to the ground. However, he realized that he could not move Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he turned around and sent Emperor Wu Huang flying with a tremendous force. This was a contest of pure strength, and all the cultivators were dumbfounded. Emperor Wu Huang had lost in terms of strength. He could not even gain the slightest advantage. Dancing Butterfly Horizon and the rest were stunned. Even though they knew that Lu Yin was strong, Emperor Wu Huang had been suppressed to the point that he could not do anything. This was Emperor Wu Huang, a powerhouse that was publicly recognized as second only to Xianxia in the spiritualized universe. On the wild land, Emperor Wu Huang landed on the ground. Lu Yin punched out and his body began to wither. Emperor Wu Huang sighed. His strength alone was not this human's match, but he was Emperor Wu Huang, and he had inherited the foundation of the beast-shaped spirit molt inheritance, sealing the heavens. Yellow lightning suddenly appeared and spread throughout Emperor Wu Huang's body. In the distance, Nine-Tailed Fox and the rest were shocked. Emperor Wu Huang had finally used the foundation of the sealing the heavens array. Just how much pressure was Emperor Wu Huang under to force him to use the foundation of the sequence so quickly? Across from him, Dancing Butterfly Horizon and the rest exchanged glances. He had used the foundation of the sequence so quickly? Logically speaking, the foundation of the sequence should be a trump card. Could it be that Emperor Wu Huang had reached his limit? The yellow lightning continued to penetrate Emperor Wu Huang's body, bringing with it a visible shockwave that continued to spread out along with a boundless amount of sequence particles. Lu Yin punched out, but he did not hit Emperor Wu Huang. Instead, he hit the shockwave that came from the foundation of the sealing the heavens array and the boundless amount of sequence particles. It was like a wall that blocked Lu Yin's punch. Emperor Wu Huang looked up and clenched his fist. An endless amount of sequence particles condensed into a beam of light as he punched out. Lu Yin heard cries of alarm and someone was telling him to retreat. He would have retreated even without the reminder. Emperor Wu Huang's punch made him feel like he was facing the one true God. This punch had surpassed his own strength. Among the three universes, Xianxia had once been the one true God, and now Emperor Wu Huang had also surpassed him. Although Emperor Wu Huang had relied on the foundation of the sequence to surpass Lu Yin, external objects were still a type of power. Emperor Wu Huang's punch brushed past Lu Yin's head, blasting away a part of the heavens. The darkness that spread out shocked everyone. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound. They looked at the darkness that seemed to split the universe in two and could not understand how such a power could exist in the universe. What they wanted to know the most was why Emperor Wu Huang was delaying this battle. With the foundation of the sealing the heavens array, he should have been able to defeat Wu Huang back in the myriad beast territory. Emperor Wu Huang had never used the foundation of the sealing the heavens array, even when he had fought the three Xianxians. He had relied on his own strength and absolute defense. His pride did not allow him to use the foundation of the sealing the heavens array. After all, it had been created by generations of spirit-molting beasts, and it was someone else's power. However, he had no choice but to use it against Lu Yin, both to deal with Lu Yin and to show Xianxia. In the next battle he would fight Xianxia. He wanted the spirit-molting beasts to completely suppress the spirit-molting humans and bring about changes to the spiritualized universe. As for the Tianyuan universe, it was nothing more than a passing target. The ground beneath his feet cracked and Emperor Wu Huang retracted his hand. It was a pity. If he had not brought Sealing Sky to the consciousness universe, that generation's border master would not have died here. The strongest spirit-molting beast had died here, and he was also the border master of the myriad beast territory. That battle had brought shame to the spirit-molting beasts, and at that time, Sealing Sky had been given to Emperor Wu Huang to protect himself in the consciousness universe. If not for that, Emperor Wu Huang would not have lost so miserably. Emperor Wu Huang was delaying this battle not only to deal with Lu Yin, but also for Xianxia. Sealing Sky was enough to suppress Lu Yin, and Emperor Wu Huang's perfected battle technique was to fight against Xianxia. This was because the one who had killed that generation's border master was the current Xianxia. The world only knew of this legend and exaggerated the death of the spirit-molting beasts, but they had forgotten who the other person was. Emperor Wu Huang would never forget. The darkness in the distance gradually returned. Yellow lightning crackled on the surface of Emperor Wu Huang's body, and his power continued to spread as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked deeply at the yellow triangular gem on Emperor Wu Huang's body. Is that the foundation of the sealing the heavens array? Can you withstand this power? Emperor Wu Huang barked, his tone domineering. Lu Yin sighed in admiration, as expected of the second-ranked foundation. You spirit-molting beasts have been trying to surpass humanoid spirit-molting beasts for a long time. You must have paid a great price for this foundation. I admit that I've lost in terms of strength, but strength is not the only thing that matters in battle. Emperor Wu Huang clenched his fists. When strength reaches a certain level, it can destroy everything. Then come and try. Sourcebox array after sourcebox array appeared in Lu Yin's heart and blasted towards Emperor Wu Huang. The Ancient Sword, Tomb of Mountains and Rivers, Scroll 16. These sourcebox arrays rained down like raindrops. Emperor Wu Huang was stunned, as he had never thought that sourcebox arrays could be used in such a manner. He had seen the plain Master Sects battle, and they had only used the Ancient Sword. But so what if there were more? Emperor Wu Huang casually waved his hand, and a terrifying power wiped out everything in its path, destroying all of the sourcebox arrays that he had released. Chapter 36:12. Lu Yin continued to release his sourcebox array, attacking Emperor Wu Huang from all directions. At the same time, his consciousness formed the great sky-flaying disc to suppress Emperor Wu Huang. Lu Yin's palms gently pushed against the void, guiding the sealing heaven's sequence particles. Emperor Wu Huang punched out, destroying the void. He was using absolute strength to shatter the void. Although consciousness was not a physical force, it could only appear in space and it only needed to shatter the void. This was the same principle as when Lu Yin and the others had attacked the ruins. However, this move had a prerequisite, which was that one could block the consciousness attack for a moment. If one could not even block it for a moment, then there was no need to talk about destroying the void. Emperor Wu Huang could naturally block it for a moment, and he could even completely withstand the great sky-flaying disc. However, he did not need to do so. No matter what power Lu Yin used, he could destroy it with a single punch. The setting sun blooms, burning your martial arts. Emperor Wu Huang punched out. He did not have any martial arts, only absolute strength. His spiritual force suppressed Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang punched out, destroying the void. Nothing could be done as all counterattacks were futile against absolute strength. Xianxia, did you see this? Emperor Wu Huang's gaze was fierce. He wanted to use the Sealing Heaven's Sequence Foundation to turn the tide of the beast-shaped spirit molts. He had not used the Sealing Heaven's Sequence Foundation for many years, all for this moment. Once he attacked, he would be invincible. Both sides of the Fu River were silent. The humans were silent, as this was the power of the Sealing Heaven's Sequence Foundation. They finally understood why it was ranked second. For countless years in the spiritualized universe, all of the beast-shaped spirit molts had suppressed the human-shaped spirit molts. At this moment, all of the beast-shaped spirit molts were excited. This day had finally arrived and no one could stop Emperor Wu Huang. The winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox and the others stared at the savage land. With the Sealing Heaven's Sequence Foundation, who could fight against it besides Xianxia? This was Emperor Wu Huang. As for why Emperor Wu Huang had delayed the battle until now, they no longer considered it. There was also no need to consider Emperor Wu Huang's strength. At this moment, Emperor Wu Huang was at his peak and he would definitely win this battle. Emperor Wu Huang displayed his unparalleled strength. He casually attacked the void and destroyed the array. He looked at Lu Yin. Was this the battle technique that allowed him to borrow another sequence foundation? He knew that Lu Yin had the consecutive palm technique, as Lu Yin had used it more than once. However, it was not enough. It was far from enough. In the face of a beast that had undergone countless years of spiritual molting, that was a foundation that could suppress the entire spiritualized universe. No matter how many sequence techniques were used, it would be useless. Supreme Emperor clenched his fist. Big golden wings, Wuxia, is he still alive? Lu Yin guided the seal the heaven's sequence particle, and when he heard Emperor Wu's words, his expression was calm. Alive. Let them go and I'll spare your life. He looked into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin didn't look like he wanted to retreat. He still had some tricks up his sleeve, but they were useless in front of absolute power. This person had suppressed the spiritualized universe to the point where they could not catch their breaths during the battle in the abyss. It was also because he was too powerful. Emperor Wu couldn't help but admit that if he hadn't borrowed external forces, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Futian. But since he had already used the Sealing the Heavens Elemental Foundation, he didn't need to worry about it. You're too confident. Lu Yin looked at Wu Huang. Wu Huang's eyes widened. You can't stop this power, are you going to release it or not? Lu Yin exhaled. In his current state he was indeed unable to withstand this power. Even if he had reached an extreme, there was still a chance that his upper limit would be breached. However, the gap was not completely insurmountable. If he was lacking in strength, he could use strength to make up for it. Lu Yin's gaze was deep. There was a move that he had only used once. This move should be able to make up for some of the gap. After going back in time for 37 years, Lu Yin needed to make up for a lot of karma. One of them was related to Meng Xianxia, and that was the True God's Freedom technique. It was because of his battle with Meng Xianxia that he had reversed dream and reality. This had allowed him to inadvertently enter the cultivation concept of the True God's Freedom technique and finally cultivate it. Fighting with Meng Xianxia again and cultivating the True God's Freedom technique again was a way to make up for the karma. However, he had given up on this path. It was not only because he could not find Meng Xianxia when he first came to the spiritualized universe, but also because Meng Xianxia did not want to fight with him at all. There was also the one true God behind him who knew about the matter of karma and would not let him succeed. However, he no longer needed to make up for it. There were so many experts in the spiritualized universe who had been captured and sent to the Point General Platform Hell to expand the Tao of Karma. The current Tao of Karma was enough to withstand the backlash of karma. Sparse autumn waters, hazy beauty, looking east, family is hard to see, climbing to the heavens, alone for the rest of my life. Where was this singing coming from? Emperor Wu was confused. On this battlefield, it was almost impossible to hear anything from the outside world, let alone a singing voice. Lanterns floated around him and there was only one word on each lantern: life. There is no self, no other. Abandon your thoughts, transform into the heavens and live the same life. The True God's Freedom technique. The Tao of Karma was unleashed and no one could see the karma. Otherwise they would be shocked. The backlash of karma was like a huge monster pressing down on them. However, Lu Yin had experienced this once before. In front of him, Emperor Wu punched out, destroying the void. Lu Yin's eyes turned scarlet and his body surged with godly power. With a wave of his hand he split the lantern into two. His thoughts turned into lanterns and cutting off the lanterns was equivalent to stripping away his emotions. Humans would always have thoughts, desires and wishes. Stripping away these thoughts would overturn the karma of cultivation and thus erase one's cultivation base. At this moment, Lu Yin discovered that the True God's Freedom technique was compatible with the Tao of Karma. Setting Sun was a battle technique that could make people forget about martial arts. The True God's Freedom technique stripped away the karma of cultivation and prevented karma from appearing. Setting Sun was more domineering and more compatible with Lu Yin's Tao of Karma. Was it a coincidence that the one true God had created this technique, or had he also comprehended the Tao of Karma? Impossible. If he had comprehended the Tao of Karma, then he wouldn't have been schemed against by the Grand Empyreans and suffered the pain of being sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he hadn't comprehended the Tao of Karma, then he might have been able to create a battle technique that was compatible with karma. With the one true God's innate talent, it was possible. Emperor Wu's punch destroyed the void, and his unparalleled strength caused the void to collapse once more. He coughed up blood and his eyes were clearly dazed for a moment. Although he recovered quickly, Lu Yin still saw it. This was the True God's Freedom technique. On both sides of the Fu River the spectators were stunned. How could Emperor Wu be the one injured when he punched? No one understood unless they understood the 3 ultimate techniques of a true god. There were only a few songs and they were by the lakeside of Beauty Lake. Scenes flashed through Wu Huang's mind. The cultivation of strength, the dedication to defense, the expectations of the previous leader of the 10,000 Beast Border. Those eyes were filled with expectation but also resentment. If he hadn't taken away Feng Tian, the previous leader wouldn't have lost. Why was it like this? Were those people blaming him? Was the previous border lord blaming him? He was the one who gave it to me and told me to go to the consciousness universe to protect myself. He knew that he would face that battle. It wasn't my fault, it wasn't me. Emperor Wu roared and his body suddenly grew taller. He clenched his fist and sealing the skies trembled. His strength had weakened greatly, and he felt as if he could no longer control sealing the skies. He had clearly had the upper hand and his strength had broken through all techniques, but he had reversed the situation in an instant. Lanterns floated in the air as Emperor Wu roared. Layers of material covered his body, suppressing the sealing the skies array's foundation into his body. In the distance, a spirit-molted beast spoke, its voice old. The decline of his strength has caused sealing the skies to become unstable. What did Lu Xian do? He actually caused Wu's strength to continuously decline. Many people looked over in surprise. That was Emperor Wu's name, and there weren't many people in the spiritualized universe who were qualified to call him that. No one recognized the spirit-molted beast that had spoken, but they could tell from his voice that he had lived for a long time. Although his strength has declined and he can no longer control sealing the skies, he still used his innate gift to forcibly suppress sealing the skies into his body. Although he can still use sealing the skies to attack, he will also suffer from the backlash. It all depends on whether he can defeat Lu Xian before his body collapses, the spirit-molted beast said, resolving many people's doubts. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the spirit-molted beast and was recognized by many cultivators. It was Zhang Ming from the Door of Arts, one of the 7 sanctions. Did this mean that the spirit-molted beast that had spoken had come from the Door of Arts? No one knew how long he had been in the Door of Arts. On the wild land, Lu Yin could also see that Emperor Wu's strength was continuously declining, and he could no longer completely control the sealing the skies array's particles. Some external objects could not be used at will. Lu Yin had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and obtained progenitor Wuxiang's hide, but even a glance at it would cause him to faint. Emperor Wu wanted to use the sealing the skies array's foundation to defeat Lu Yin, and his own strength had to be enough to withstand it. However, the true God's freedom technique had caused his strength to continuously decline, and since he could not withstand it with his strength alone, he had to use another method to forcefully control it. This was Emperor Wu's innate gift, hardening. Emperor Wu's hardening innate gift was the beginning of his path of invincible defense. It could defend against external attacks and also suppress sealing the skies. However, Emperor Wu himself was not having a good time either. Boom! Emperor Wu faced Lu Yin and punched out. A powerful force rushed towards Lu Yin, and he could easily punch out of the primal universe. Lu Yin exhaled and his body withered. He took a step forward, and within the Sky Palace, boundless strength flowed wildly as his Mastery Realm battle force spread. If you want to go all out, then go all out. Not only could the true God's freedom technique strip away emotions and erase the karma of the opponent's cultivation, but it could also increase one's own strength. Back then, the one true God had used the true God's freedom technique to crush the Tianyuan universe, uprooting the Black Mother Tree and killing his way to Primeval City. Now Lu Yin had also used this battle technique to increase his strength and shorten the gap between him and Emperor Wu. Boom! The earth trembled and cracked and Lu Yin was punched into the ground. He then penetrated through the magma, the wild land, and fell into the starry sky. What followed was the void of annihilation, which had turned into a dark torrent. Emperor Wu punched out again and again, and Lu Yin still could not withstand his strength. However, the true God's freedom technique made up for the absolute gap, allowing Lu Yin to have the ability to resist this power. The surface of his body withered and recovered, then withered and recovered again. Beside Fu He, dancing butterfly world's edge clenched his fist, and with just one punch Lu Xian collapsed. Even though Emperor Wu was coughing up blood, his strength was truly invincible. The lanterns were still floating and from time to time they would be cut apart. Emperor Wu coughed up blood, both from the true God's freedom technique and also from the backlash of his strength. He looked at the starry sky beneath his feet and punched out, wanting to see how many punches Lu Yin could take. Chapter 36:13. Lu Yin was constantly swallowed up by the void, and the terrifying destructive power of Emperor Supreme was enough to destroy everything. The old salamander's scheming and Man Kuei's forbearance would not even be able to retaliate against the current Emperor Supreme. The sealing heaven array's fangs were bared, and the first bite was aimed at Lu Yin, but Emperor Supreme's target was definitely not Lu Yin. Emperor Supreme's target was Xianxia. Whoosh! Another wave of power descended. Lu Yin touched his forehead and saw that he was bleeding as well. His body was cracking inch by inch. Could he not hold on any longer? Then release it. Lu Yin's body suddenly disappeared, and he used the reverse step to appear in front of Emperor Supreme. Emperor Supreme's eyes narrowed. He could still fight back. This person's defense was unexpected. However, there would always be a moment when he would be defeated. He clenched his fist, and the sealing heaven array particles condensed into a beam of light that constantly shrank. His hardening innate gift cracked, and he was almost unable to suppress the sealing heaven array. On the other side, Lu Yin was fiddling with the stars, and his palms were borrowing some of the sealing heaven array particles. His body's surface suddenly recovered, and the power of the sealing heaven array was suddenly released, breaking all of the lanterns at the same time. Emperor Supreme spat out a mouthful of blood and punched out. Lu Yin punched back at the same time. Boom! A deafening explosion caused half of the spectating cultivators to faint, and the starry sky was visibly shattered. Everything was destroyed and that piece of land was gone. Shattered rocks tore through the endless starry sky. If one looked down at the entire spiritualized universe, they would be able to see the glaring light that had appeared in this direction. It was darker than darkness, like the origin of darkness. Annihilation. After a while, the starry sky finally calmed down. Everyone looked over and their expressions were sluggish and filled with disbelief. Where was Emperor Supreme? Only Lu Yin was there, standing tall in the starry sky. Blood dripped from his arm and the bones inside had been shattered. But at this moment, everyone wanted to know where Emperor Supreme had gone. The original Fu River was gone and the wild land was gone. Only the starry sky remained. Zhang Ming looked into the distance. Only people at their level could see that Emperor Supreme had been sent flying. He did not dare imagine that Emperor Supreme's punch had been so powerful that it had never been seen before. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen a punch that could surpass that. The power of the sealing heaven array foundation was unimaginable. Even the legendary Eternal Realm might not be able to suppress the limitless power of the sealing heaven array foundation. However, Lu Yin had sent him flying with a single punch. No one would believe it. Even the old salamander who had been watching the battle from the shadows couldn't believe it. He had instigated a fight between Emperor Wu and Lu Yin not because he believed that Lu Yin could defeat Emperor Wu, but because he wanted to force Emperor Wu to reveal his bottom line without using Seal the Skies. He wanted to show Emperor Wu that he had a way to deal with Seal the Skies foundation. But he never would have thought that Lu Yin would be able to suppress the power of the Sealing Sky sequence. It shouldn't be possible and it should be impossible. If there was anyone in the spiritualized universe who could suppress the current Supreme Emperor, it could only be Yu Sangtian. No matter how unfathomable Lu Sangtian was, he must have some sort of foundation. When he was suppressed just now, everyone saw his foundation. But now they were all stunned. Was he really that confident? Or could it be that only Yu Sangtian could fight him? It was not a defeat but a battle. At that moment the guesses of countless people changed. Yu Sangtian really could defeat Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked at his right arm. It was completely shattered but it recovered quickly. After all, it was pure strength. That punch just now had unleashed the most powerful force he had ever unleashed. While the True God Freedom technique increased his strength, it also weakened the power of Emperor Wu. At the same time, he borrowed the Seal the Heavens sequence particle and released the accumulated power of things will only move in one go. That was why that punch just now was possible. That punch had not only contained his own strength, but also the Seal the Skies foundation and Emperor Wu's strength. If his opponent had not been Emperor Wu, he would not have been able to unleash that punch. Emperor Wu had not only lost to Lu Yin, but also to himself and the Seal the Skies foundation. Emperor Wu must be feeling terrible right now. In the distance, Emperor Wu appeared. Just like Lu Yin, his right arm had been shattered. Not only that, but half of his neck had been shattered as well. Seeing Emperor Wu in such a miserable state, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. Dancing Butterfly Horizon had not expected Lu Yin to be so ruthless as to suppress Emperor Wu. In the dark sky, Emperor Wu and Lu Yin stood facing each other. Lu Yin's hardening innate gift was still present, but the Seal the Skies foundation was exposed. With the True God's Freedom technique's weakening power, Emperor Wu could no longer control the foundation of the Seal the Skies foundation. Even without eyes, everyone could feel his disbelief. In the entire spiritualized universe, who would have thought that Lu Yin could block that power? You've reached your limit, Lu Yin said calmly as his arm continued to recover. Emperor Wu's voice was low. You've reached your limit too. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? No power can be used infinitely. You can weaken my power once, but you can't do it a second time. My power can be used infinitely. The particles of Seal the Sky are as boundless as the abyss, said Supreme Emperor. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he said confidently, "What if I can? Even if there's a second time, there won't be a third. That's enough. No matter how many times next time I might be able to destroy you." Lu Yin's arm recovered as he bent his fingers and said lightly. Emperor Wu said, "You can't do it. You forgot that I'm truly invincible in my defense." As he said that, a majestic amount of particles appeared on Emperor Wu's body, not from the foundation of the seal the skies, but from his own body. Emperor Wu's cultivation method was the same as the Great Golden Wings, which was ranked 7th among the spiritualized treasures. Compared to the Great Golden Wing, Emperor Wu's particles were much more majestic. Endless particles covered his entire body, and there was a hardening innate gift below. Emperor Wu's defense was also extremely strong, to the point that even the Star Toad's desperate attack couldn't do anything to him. 3 layers of defense. Everyone was stunned. This was the defensive technique that Emperor Supreme was so proud of. Hardening covered the foundation of the seal the skies, and the particles appeared again. Light gathered in Emperor Wu's palm. "Come, let's see if I can destroy you first or if you can destroy me." Absolute power came crashing down again and the lanterns around Emperor Wu were broken again. A familiar scene appeared again. Lu Yin was bombarded again and the surface of his body withered and recovered. He accumulated power and released it again, and every time he released it he could send Emperor Wu flying. However, Emperor Wu's defense was fully activated, and he no longer underestimated Lu Yin. Before he had thought that he could suppress Lu Yin with absolute power, but now he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. And now his defenses were fully activated. He was truly a source box, one that had been sealed by the universe for many years and was difficult to unlock. A source box. Lu Yin had been able to shatter half of Emperor Wu's body the first time, and now he couldn't even break through his spiritualized treasure the second time. Just as Emperor Wu had said, his defense was invincible. Who could break it? The crowd felt their scalps go numb. How could they fight? Emperor Wu already had absolute defense and now he had absolute power. He didn't cultivate any other powers such as spiritual force, consciousness, intent, battle techniques or anything else. Just these 2 methods alone were enough to make him invincible. Far away Yishang was bitter. If Emperor Wu had used the foundation of the seal the skies to attack, they would have lost even if they joined forces. Emperor Wu had not won because Xianxia could not lose, and so it had been a draw. And now it seemed like Emperor Wu had gone easy on him. Zhan Ming, Meng Sang, the 9th spirit and the others were watching this battle as well. Emperor Wu had displayed overwhelming power and there was no way to break it. At least they couldn't think of a way. When a certain power reached its peak it was just that unreasonable. Compared to Emperor Wu, Lu Yin could occasionally suppress him with a punch but it was useless. He couldn't break through Emperor Wu's defenses and it was all for naught. Lu Yin punched out and Emperor Wu was sent flying again, but he returned unscathed. He punched Lu Yin again and again while coughing up blood. The foundation of the seal the skies was devouring his power, but so what? He could withstand it, but how long could Lu Xian last? His battle techniques couldn't be used indefinitely. Bang! Another punch. This battle lasted for 2 days. The same scene repeated itself over and over again. It was both shocking and exhausting. Until now no one could say who would win. Emperor Wu was dumbfounded. He had thought that the true God's freedom technique could be used a few times at most, but now it seemed like Lu Yin wasn't showing any signs of not being able to use it at all. Moreover, after each counterattack Lu Yin's strength didn't weaken at all. Cracks even appeared on his spiritualized treasure. Emperor Wu's defense was invincible, and even Lu Yin's strongest punch couldn't break through it. Since one punch couldn't break through, Lu Yin would just throw a few more punches. As for the true God's freedom technique, it had been supplemented by the monolith's Tao discussion by the one true God, so it could be used dozens or even hundreds of times. Cracks appeared on his spiritualized treasure, and the true God's freedom technique had caused Emperor Wu's internal injuries. Finally, on the 3rd day, Emperor Wu began to show signs of weakness. Lu Yin punched out and his spiritualized treasure shattered. Although this punch was blocked by the hardening innate gift, Emperor Wu would be finished after a few more hits. How many times? Let's see how many times your defenses can block. How long can you use the foundation of the seal the skies? Lu Yin kicked Emperor Wu away, and Emperor Wu couldn't counterattack immediately. The onlookers were shocked. Emperor Wu's strength was already unfathomable, but Lu Yin was even more unimaginable. How could he fight until now? Emperor Wu coughed up blood. The red lantern in front of him was glaring and his name was on it. If not for this battle technique, he wouldn't have been forced to this extent. He turned around and slashed with his serrated blade, but Lu Yin was one step ahead and grabbed Emperor Wu's arm. With a crack, Emperor Wu broke it and the serrated blade fell off. Emperor Wu used the foundation of the seal the skies once more and waved his hand viciously. Lu Yin was flung away, but Emperor Wu didn't have it easy either. Lu Yin suddenly appeared above Emperor Wu's head and pressed down with a single palm. With a bang, Emperor Wu's head fell, and blood flowed down his forehead like a second red vertical line on his face. Lu Yin struck again, twisting Emperor Wu's head. Chapter 36:14. Lu Yin's consciousness transformed into the great skysplitter disk bombarding Emperor Wu Huang. His spiritual force transformed into a sword, just like the Qing Luo sword sky of the ancient era's ancestor. This was a battle of willpower, and Emperor Wu Huang was like a stubborn rock that would be shattered one day. Nine-tailed Fox and the others looked at each other. They wanted to attack, but with their strength, what could they do? Lu Yin couldn't even block a casual attack. Even further away, the eyes of the spirit-molted beast beside Zhang Ming flickered. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. The heaven-sealing echelon shouldn't have been defeated. Could it be that the spirit-molted beast was going to lose again in the Fu River origin? This was a place of humiliation for all beast-shaped spiritual molts. The previous border lord had been defeated by Xianxia and died in battle. This generation's supreme emperor could not be defeated again. Otherwise, the beast-shaped spirit molt would never be able to raise its head again. He raised his foot and was about to step out. Zhang Ming's voice sounded, "If you make a move, not only will you not be able to save Wu Huang, you will also die. You will also let the beast form's spiritual molt bear the bad reputation of being a sore loser." Zhang Ming was right. Even if he attacked, he would not be Lu Sangtian's opponent. That person was too terrifying. Only Yu Sangtian would be able to fight against him. Zhang Ming was right. Wu Huang won't be defeated so easily. Invincible defense isn't just for show. He still has Wu Xing Dai, Zhang Ming said calmly. Emperor Wu had a technique called lifeless destruction. This was the technique that made Emperor Wu famous. It was because of this technique that the legend of Emperor Wu's invincible defense was created. Up to this point, resurrection and destruction had yet to appear. The spirit molt said bitterly, "Lifeless destruction came from the previous border lord. It is the foundation of all defensive powers, but it is not the end." With lifeless destruction as the soil, the words invincible defense were planted. However, if the defense is broken, then lifeless destruction is useless. Zhang Ming was astonished. So that was the case. Then Wu Huang was really in danger. Emperor Supreme withstood the attacks again and again, and the hardening continued to fall off. The sequence particles sealed the treasure again, but it was still broken. He had already reached the limit of the backlash of the heaven-sealing sequence. Unless the true God's freedom technique disappeared, he could no longer borrow that invincible power. His strength had disappeared, and his defenses were no longer able to withstand the attack. His defeat was set. Lu Yin appeared behind Wu Huang and pressed a hand on the back of his head. "What are you suppressing?" Emperor Wu Huang was in a miserable state. Half of his body was broken and half of his body was dyed red with blood. "I can feel that you're far from dying. There's a power within your body that's protecting you. It should be the legendary annulment." Lu Yin spoke slowly. "It won't be difficult to break through this power. Do you really want to be killed by me?" Wu Huang didn't say anything and no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin looked at Wu Huang's back. "Maybe I'm stronger than you, Sangtian?" Wu Huang abruptly turned around, looking directly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "A dead man can't challenge you, Sangtian. You can't beat me in your current state. Let's see what power you're hiding. You want to use the foundation of the sealing the heavens echelon to end the battle with me as soon as possible? I'm also looking forward to that power." Emperor Wu slowly retreated. "I've been thinking about how to kill you without using that power, but in the end I can't do it." Lu Yin nodded. "I know. You were certain that I wouldn't be able to kill you, and you were looking for an opportunity. However, I knew from the start that you had a surprise for you, Sangtian. So, waiting is meaningless. You can only blame yourself for fighting me in advance." The surface of Wu Huang's body was shattered. Wu Huang's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then his body hardened, covering the ceiling the heavens echelon. The boiling power around him made his blood disappear, as if the battle hadn't even started yet. Lu Yin rubbed his head. All right, so it looks like the warm-up is over? It's not a warm-up. I'm serious about killing you. Wu Huang was serious. Lu Yin smiled, but it's just a warm-up. Far away the cultivators were dumbfounded. A warm-up? Is this for real? Everyone was stunned. Up until now they had thought that only Xianxia could fight Wu Huang, but it was just a warm-up? It's fake, isn't it? A warm-up? Of course it's fake. This is called psychological warfare. I think it's real. Lu Xianxia is the strongest in the Tianyuan universe. Doesn't this correspond to our spiritualized universe's Xianxia? Many gasped and looked into the distance. Is this really a warm-up? Opposite him, countless beasts were speechless as they looked at Wu Huang. What was going on? Did they fight just now? Was it an illusion? Lu Xianxia was just a warm-up, but what about Wu Huang? His body had completely recovered as if he had never fought at all. Zhan Ming, the ninth spirit, Meng Sang, the old salamander, and the others all had solemn expressions. This was a little unexpected. It wasn't just Lu Xianxia but Wu Huang as well. If this was just a warm-up, then it would be a joke. Outsiders' understanding of the lifeless and destruction was what Wu Huang wanted them to understand. If his famous technique was so easily understood by everyone, could he still be considered a cultivator? No cultivator would do such a thing. Wu Huang allowed Lu Yin to attack as he pleased. From the outside he looked miserable, but with the lifeless and destruction as his foundation, he had been looking for a chance to counterattack. Unfortunately Lu Yin did not give him the chance. Lu Yin was very curious. What kind of power gave Wu Huang such confidence? Under everyone's gaze Wu Huang bent his legs and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze froze. Here it comes. The next moment Wu Huang rushed out, his body shrinking as a violent and uncontrollable aura surged out. The familiar pressure caused Lu Yin's pupils to shrink. Transformation of the Nine Heavens? He had never expected Wu Huang to use Transformation of the Nine Heavens. In that instant everyone was shocked. Even Xianxia, who was far away in the extreme palace, suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bang! Lu Yin took a punch to the chest, and the surging power tore through the heavens along his body. The all-pervasive power caused Lu Yin's internal organs to be compressed. Just one punch was enough to cause Lu Yin's withered body to recover. This punch had reached the upper limit of what Lu Yin could endure in the state of things must reverse. This punch had reached the peak of Wu Huang's strength after being weakened by the True God's Freedom technique. Lu Yin stared blankly at Wu Huang's sinister smile. How had he split open the Nine Heavens? The transformation of the Nine Heavens required one to open the Nine Heavens, and Lu Yin had only been able to learn it by relying on the general appointing platforms held to allow Yushan to recultivate. This had allowed him to see through every step and simulate it with the primogenitor, allowing him to finally find a new path and use his consciousness to open the Nine Heavens. How had Wu Huang cultivated it? Xianxia had taught him? And even split open the Nine Heavens for him? Impossible. Even if Lu Yin didn't know the grudge between Wu Huang and Xianxia, he was certain that Xianxia wouldn't split open the Nine Heavens for Wu Huang. The competition between a human and beast spirit molt was irreversible. This was the cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe, and it was the premise of Lu Yin's plan. Moreover, Xianxia was the next one Emperor Supreme wanted to challenge. Xianxia couldn't have been unaware of this. If Xianxia still opened the Nine Skies for Emperor Supreme, there was only one possibility, that was he didn't put Emperor Supreme in his eyes. Emperor Supreme himself must know this, so he wouldn't challenge Xianxia. Most importantly, Wu Huang's dignity wouldn't allow him to accept Xianxia's charity. Then how had he cultivated transformation of the Nine Heavens? Wu Huang punched again and Lu Yin's body withered once more. He endured the pressure and tore open the lantern, wanting to weaken Wu Huang's strength. Bang! Another punch landed and Lu Yin coughed up blood. This was Wu Huang's strength after his strength was weakened. If not for the True God's Freedom technique, Wu Huang's punch at the peak of transformation of the Nine Heavens would have broken through Lu Yin's limit. In the distance, all the spectating cultivators were numb as they stared blankly at Wu Huang's suppression. That strength was enough to erase all knowledge. The old salamander felt his scalp go numb. Transformation of the Nine Heavens. Wu Huang had actually cultivated transformation of the Nine Heavens. He was glad that he had been found and escaped. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to resist Wu Huang's transformation of the Nine Heavens. He had once thought that Wu Huang's strongest strength came from borrowing the power of the Sealing Heavens Echelon's foundation. He had thought that if he could deal with the Sealing Heavens Echelon's foundation he would be able to fight Wu Huang. He had underestimated Wu Huang. But how had Wu Huang learned transformation of the Nine Heavens? This was Yu Sangtian's ultimate technique, and aside from Yu Sangtian and Yu Shan, there shouldn't be a third person in the entire spiritualized universe who knew it. No one could explain it, and anyone who understood the relationship between Yu Sangtian and Wu Huang didn't think that Yu Sangtian had taught Wu Huang transformation of the Nine Heavens. So what was going on? Transformation of the Nine Heavens had instantly raised Wu Huang to the point where he didn't even need to borrow the power of the Sealing Heavens Echelon's foundation to suppress Lu Yin. The two were frantically testing each other at the edge of their limits. Previously, Lu Yin had exhausted Wu Huang to his limits, but now Wu Huang had broken through. His limits were almost invisible, while Lu Yin's limits were being punched out one after another. Every punch could break through Lu Yin's limits and kill him. This pressure made it difficult to breathe, and all the spectating cultivators felt the same way. They didn't dare to breathe, afraid that they would be affected by this power. Lu Yin spat out blood as his body sank into endless darkness, but it was also incomparably familiar. This was Wu Huang's world of nothingness, and it was also the primordial universe. Every punch from Wu Huang could shatter the heavens. This time Wu Huang didn't hold back at all. He wanted to beat Lu Yin to death. He hadn't expected this person to be able to fight against him for so long, but it was already over. No matter how prepared Lu Yin was, he couldn't resist Wu Huang's absolute power. Lu Yin watched as Emperor Wu Huang raised his arm time and time again, striking down heavily. He had never experienced such a repetitive battle before. There were no mystical battle techniques or special innate gifts. It was a battle of strength and defense, the most basic instincts of a living being. A person's cultivation had experienced simple and unadorned battles at the beginning, and had also experienced dazzling battle techniques and innate gifts. In the end, did one still have to rely on absolute power? The universe was a circle, and so was cultivation. Lu Yin's finger moved, and the karmic spiral entrenched itself before he flung it out. The moment Wu Huang's punch landed, he suddenly turned around and punched out again. He avoided the karmic spiral and landed this punch on Lu Yin's body.